Hey guys, welcome to Fanfic Fanatics. So in today's video we are gonna see, what if Deku mastered ancient magic and had harem? Movie. Before starting, make sure to hit that like button and subscribe if you are interested in MHA fanfictions. This story is El Heroe de Otro Mundo by Daily Viewer 1. The sky was burning, not in ordinary flames, but in primordial fire that consumed reality itself. Fragments of space disintegrated like shattered glass, revealing the absolute void that lay between dimensions. Izuku Midoriya stood firm on the floating platform, his dimensional cloak billowing violently in a wind that didn't exist. Before him, held aloft by tentacles of pure darkness, floated the Demon King. All for one, but not the all for one of this world. This one was different, older, more cruel, an entity that had devoured entire kingdoms, absorbed the essence of 1,000 fallen heroes, and turned the magic dimension into its nightmarish empire for millennia. It ends here, Izuku declared, his voice booming with power accumulated during countless battles. The two rings on his fingers pulsed with blinding light. The ring of the primordial hero shone gold, the ring of eternal will emitted a crystalline blue glow. The Demon King laughed. It was a terrible sound, like 1,000 voices screaming in agony simultaneously. Finish. Oh, little hero. His form began to distort, expanding in all directions. This is just the beginning. Izuku didn't wait. He activated his body enhancement to its maximum and launched himself forward at speeds that rendered sound irrelevant. His right fist, enveloped in annihilation magic, struck directly at the Demon King's core. The resulting explosion vaporized 3 surrounding mountains. But All for One was no longer there. After 1,000 years of fighting me, did you really think it would be that simple? The Demon King's voice echoed from all directions. I have learned from our encounters, chosen hero. I have seen your patterns. I have understood your power. Magic circles began to manifest in the air, dozens of them, each pulsing with forbidden energy. Izuku recognized them immediately, and his serene expression darkened for the first time. You wouldn't dare. Oh, dimensional banishment. All for One materialized his primary form, a humanoid being of absolute darkness with crimson eyes that glowed with infinite malice. It's the only spell in the fallen hero's arsenal that I managed to replicate before you killed him 300 years ago. How ironic that I'm using it against you. The magic circles expanded, connecting with each other to form a network of impossible geometry. Space itself began to fold inward. Izuku summoned his own protective seals, layers upon layers of magical barriers that overlapped in perfect fractal patterns. But he could feel it. This spell wasn't meant to destroy him. I wanted to send him far away. Even if I die here, the Demon King continued, black blood dripping from his wounds as he maintained the ritual with the last reserves of his power. I will drag you with me into exile. To a dimension where your power will be useless. Where there will be no magic. Where you will die as the pathetic human you truly are. If you die, your spell will fail, Izuku replied coldly, preparing his entity suppression magic. The air around him began to distort with anti-conceptual energy, the kind of power designed to erase existences like All for One from reality itself. Maybe, but I bet you're not willing to take that risk. All for One extended his arms. The magic circles rotated violently, and from them emerged dimensional chains that lunged toward Izuku like hungry snakes. Izuku cut them with blades of compressed wind. He destroyed 3 with beams of pure light. He sealed 2 more in temporary crystals. But there were too many. One struck him in the left arm. Another coiled around his torso. A third pierced his barrier and lodged directly in his chest, not in his physical body, but in something deeper. Its very existence. Now, roared All for One. The world exploded in white light. Izuku felt reality tearing apart around him. His system activated emergency protocols, sealing his power, protecting his artifacts, preserving his essence. Interface screens flickered frantically in his vision. Alert! Dimensional exile detected, initiating survival protocols, sealing 90% of magical capabilities, preserving core existence, dimensional transfer in progress. The last thing he saw was the Demon King's triumphant smile dissolving into particles of light as his own body began to disintegrate. We will meet again, chosen hero, All for One whispered, his voice already distant, crossing dimensions. In whatever world you exist, I will be there too. Then, nothing. Izuku opened his eyes. The sky above him was blue. Normal blue. No primordial fire. No dimensional fractures. No stench of death and despair that had permeated his world for so long. He sat up slowly, every muscle protesting. He was in an alley, between moderately tall concrete buildings. The ground beneath him was ordinary asphalt, not magical floating platforms. His dimensional cloak had automatically retracted, taking the appearance of an ordinary black jacket. The rings on his fingers had dulled their shine, looking like simple silver accessories. Complete dimensional transfer, location. Unknown, environmental analysis in progress. Warning. Ambient magic concentration. 0.003%. This world operates under different rules. Izuku closed his eyes and heightened his senses. Normally, he could perceive the lines of electricity. Magical currents that ran beneath the earth, mana currents in the air, the echoes of spells active for miles around. There was none of that here. This world was empty. A piercing scream cut through the air. Izuku's instincts kicked in instantly. He moved toward the alley entrance and peered out onto the main street. What he saw left him momentarily bewildered. A gigantic man covered in green mud moved erratically through the street, attacking terrified civilians. But the strange thing wasn't the monster itself. Izuku had faced far worse aberrations, but the people fighting it. They were ordinary humans dressed in flamboyant costumes. One of them had extendable arms that stretched impossibly. Another woman shot pressurized water from her hands. A third had grown to the size of a 3-story building. They didn't use magic. Izuku would know that. These were innate abilities. As if their bodies were naturally modified. Analyzing entities. Power system detected. Unique genetic mutations. Local name. Gifts, OR. Quirks. 85% of the population possesses a skill, average threat level. Low to moderate. The sludge villain enveloped a civilian, beginning to suffocate him. The heroes, as their system had identified them, were screaming but couldn't approach without endangering the hostage. Izuku sighed. Even banished to another dimension, he apparently remained a hero. He extended his right hand and conjured the simplest spell in his arsenal, basic elemental manipulation. A blast of compressed wind, invisible and instantaneous, struck the sludge villain with the precision of a surgical scalpel. The villain exploded in all directions, mud splattering harmlessly against the walls as the civilian fell free, coughing but alive. The heroes blinked, confused about exactly what had happened. Izuku had already disappeared back into the alley. He wandered aimlessly for hours, observing this new world. People walked freely through the streets, without the constant fear of demonic attacks. Children played in parks without armed guards watching over them. There were shops, schools, normal life. It was peaceful. For the first time in longer than he could clearly remember, Izuku felt something strange in his chest. It wasn't exactly nostalgia. It was more like the echo of an emotion he'd forgotten existed. Hope. Its system emitted a soft beep. Complete analysis. Current world. Alternate Earth. Timeline 2XXX. Established Society of Professional Heroes. Family signature detection. Izuku stopped dead in his tracks. Multiversal anomaly detected. Firma Energetica coincide con. All for one. State. Latent. Sealed. Approximate location. 200 km south. Her hands clenched into fists. The rings pulsed briefly. So it was true. All for One hadn't lied. Somehow, his nemesis also existed in this world. Perhaps as a different version. Perhaps as the same being fragmented across dimensions. It didn't matter. Izuku had dedicated countless lifetimes to destroying All for One. He wouldn't stop now. But first he needed information. He needed to understand this world and its rules. He needed to infiltrate, to learn, to prepare. And then, when the time came, he would finish what he started. An advertisement on a giant screen caught his attention. It featured an academy. UA. Academy. Training the heroes of tomorrow. Izuku looked at the images of young students training, smiling, working together. Their system processed the information automatically. Optimal option identified. Recommended infiltration. UA. Academy probability of success. 99.7%. Izuku looked at his hands. Even sealed at 10% of his capacity, he was still absurdly powerful by this world's standards. He would have to hold back. Act normal. Be just another student. He could do it. He had infiltrated demon courts, undead strongholds, and councils of minor gods. How hard could it be to act like a normal teenager? As the sun set over Musudafu, Izuku Midoriya, the hero of the end, bearer of the primordial ring, the sorcerer who crosses worlds, made his first decision in this new world. He would become a student. And from the shadows, he would prepare the final battle against his eternal nemesis. No matter how many worlds I had to cross, no matter how long it took, all for one would fall. This time, for good. 10 months after the exile, Izuku stood before the monumental gates of UA Academy, surrounded by hundreds of nervous applicants who chattered endlessly about their quirks, their training, and their chances of getting in. It had been surprisingly easy to establish an identity in this world. A minor forgery spell had created perfect documents, birth certificate, school records, complete medical history. Mild suggestion magic had convinced a small department on the outskirts of town that an Izuku Midoriya had always existed in their records. His system had automatically generated a credible cover story: orphan, raised by distant relatives, recently manifested gift. Nothing too flashy, nothing that would attract unnecessary attention. During those 10 months, Izuku had meticulously studied this world. He had memorized hero laws, crime statistics, and power structures. He had observed night patrols from the shadows, analyzed fighting styles, and identified weaknesses in security systems. And he had confirmed the worst. All for One didn't just exist here. He was active. He had built a criminal empire that spanned generations. He had created the symbol of peace as his antithesis, likely to feed off that eternal conflict. It was the same damn war, only with different rules. Analysis. Entrance exam starting, detected. 324 participants, average threat level. Negligible, recommendation. Reduce 95% of capacity. Izuku exhaled slowly and went inside. The auditorium was packed with excited teenagers. A professional hero named Present Mike was explaining the rules with deafening enthusiasm. Enemy robots from different locations, designated testing areas, 10 minutes of time. Simple, almost insultingly simple for someone who had conquered dimensional dungeons. Hey, you. Izuku turned slightly. A boy with dark blue hair and square glasses was pointing at him with a stern expression. You've been muttering this whole time. It's extremely rude to present Mike-sensei and the other participants. If you can't control your nerves, perhaps you shouldn't be here. Izuku blinked. Had he been muttering? It was an old habit from his days analyzing battlefields. Damn it, I'm sorry, she replied in a neutral tone. I didn't mean to offend you. The boy nodded stiffly and turned away, satisfied with the answer. Target identified. Tenya Iida, family. Professional heroes, Ingenium lineage, evaluation. Honorable, predictable, not a threat. A girl sitting nearby looked at him curiously. Short brown hair, rosy cheeks, friendly smile. Don't worry about him, she whispered. I'm sure he's just nervous like everyone else. Good luck. Izuku nodded briefly. The girl radiated genuine warmth. She reminded him of some of his fallen comrades, those who held on to hope even in the darkest trenches. Target identified. Ochako Uraraka, evaluation. Potential fighter, motivation, pure. The test site was a massive urban replica, complete with buildings, streets, and giant robots emerging from every corner. Begin. Present Mike's voice boomed. The crowd of hopefuls surged forward in a chaotic stampede. Gifts of all kinds activated simultaneously. Explosions, ice, engines, transformations. Izuku walked. He didn't run. He didn't rush. He simply walked at a steady pace while his system processed the entire battlefield in milliseconds. Scanning targets. 324 active participants, Type 1 robots. 150 units 1 point per unit, Type 2 robots. 89 units 2 points per unit, Type 3 robots. 43 units 3 points per unit, robot Type 0. 1 unit 0 points, obstacle. A 3-pointed robot rotated its turret toward him. Izuku extended 2 fingers and traced an invisible symbol in the air. The robot simply shut down, collapsing in on itself with a metallic squeak. Plus 3 points. Short circuit magic. Basic level. Not even detectable by the sensors of this world. It kept moving forward. Another robot. Another symbol. Another silent collapse. Plus 2 points, plus 1 point, plus 3 points. It was almost boring. In the distance, he noticed some outstanding participants. A blonde boy generating massive explosions from his palms. A boy with two-toned hair creating impressive walls of ice. A girl with long black hair creating objects out of thin air. Talented by the standards of this world. But for Izuku, who had trained under ancient archmages and survived apocalyptic wars, they were simply children playing. Time elapsed. 8 minutes. Current points. 47 estimated for passing. 40 to 50 points. You are within the target range. Then the ground shook. The Type 0 robot emerged. A machine the size of a 5-story building, with dozens of mechanical tentacles and rotating cannons. The participants screamed and began to back away. Izuku watched the scene with narrowed eyes. Analyzing Robot Type 0. Purpose: to evaluate crisis response points. 0 designed as an obstacle. Real points: civilian rescue. Ah, a test within a test. Classic. Then he saw her. The girl from before, Uraraka, was trapped under rubble, the robot moving directly toward her. She was trying to free herself, but her leg was stuck. No one else was moving toward her. Everyone was either too busy running away or too paralyzed by fear. Izuku sighed, even knowing that there were probably rescue personnel waiting, even knowing that this was just an exam. I couldn't just watch. It moved. To observers, it was a blur. 1 second he was 50 meters away. The next, he was next to Uraraka, lifting the rubble with one hand as if it weighed nothing. "Are you okay?" he asked calmly as he helped her to her feet. Uraraka stared at him with wide eyes, still processing what had happened. Yes, thank you, but the robot. The Type 0 robot raised one of its massive mechanical arms, preparing to crush them both. Izuku didn't take his eyes off Uraraka. "Close your eyes. Close your eyes, please." Something about his tone, old-fashioned, weighty, absolutely confident, made Uraraka obey instantly. Izuku turned around and raised his right hand. "I didn't need complex spells for this. Just a little strength. Just a touch of kinetic magic applied with surgical precision." He snapped his fingers. The Type 0 robot simply stopped. Its descending arm froze in midair. Then, it began to disintegrate from the point of impact, component by component, nut by nut, until only a neatly stacked pile of parts remained. There was no explosion. There was no spectacle. Just absolute efficiency. Time remaining. 0 seconds. Exam completed. Present mic announced the end over the loudspeakers. The participants began to leave, exhausted but relieved. Uraraka slowly opened her eyes. She looked at the mound of parts where the giant robot had been. She looked at Izuku. "Your leg," Izuku interrupted gently. "Can you walk?" She tried taking a step and barely complained. I think it's crooked." Before she could protest, Izuku slipped an arm under her knees and lifted her up in his arms princess style. Wait. Her face turned completely red. I can walk. You don't need. Walking with a twisted ankle will only worsen the injury," Izuku stated in the same clinical tone he'd used countless times before with wounded soldiers. "Recovery girl is in the main building. I'll take you there." He started walking, completely ignoring the stares of the other participants. Side mission completed. Civilian rescue +15 hero points. Final score: 47 points. Villain 15 points. Hero total 62 points. Uraraka, still being carried, looked at him with a mixture of gratitude, confusion, and something else she didn't know how to name. "No. You didn't tell me your name." "Izuku Midoriya. I'm Ochako Uraraka. And, thank you for saving me." Izuku didn't respond. He just nodded slightly as he continued walking. He didn't tell her that saving people was as natural as breathing. He didn't tell her that he had held dying comrades in his arms hundreds of times. He didn't tell her that every time he saw someone in danger, he saw the faces of all those he couldn't save. He simply walked in silence, with this girl smiling warmly at him despite her injured leg, under a sky that was finally not on fire. And for a moment, just a brief moment, Izuku wondered if perhaps, just perhaps, this world could offer him something more than another war. In the observation room, several UA professors were reviewing the exam recordings. "This kid," Aizawa muttered, pointing to the screen where Izuku disintegrated the Type 0 robot. "Play it again." They replayed the scene, once, twice, 5 times. I don't see any visible gift activation, Midnight commented. No glow. No physical manifestation. Just structural collapse. And that speed, Smintos added. It moved 50 meters in less than 2 seconds. With no visible momentum. No propulsion. All Might, watching from behind, frowned. There was something about that boy. Something familiar and yet completely alien. Registered Mr. asked Nezu, taking notes. Present Mike reviewed the file. It says, boost. Gradually increases your physical capabilities over time. Registered 8 months ago. Convenient, Aizawa muttered. And lazy. Nezu leaned back in his chair, his rodent-like eyes gleaming with intense curiosity. Interesting. Very interesting. Definitely admitted, of course. But, All Might asked. But keep an eye on him. Nezu's smile didn't reach his eyes. Something tells me that young Midoriya is hiding much more than he's letting on. Mission completed. Successful infiltration, status. Admitted in UA Class 1A, new mission unlocked. Observation and preparation, new mission unlocked. Locate local version of All for One. Time until the start of classes, 2 weeks. Izuku stared at the acceptance letter in his small apartment. A modest place he had rented with magically transmuted gold. 2 weeks until his life as a student began. She sat on the edge of the bed and looked out the window at the nighttime city of Musudafu. Bright lights, people walking confidently, families having dinner together, peace. The rings on her fingers clicked gently. I know, she murmured to no one in particular. I can't let my guard down. Not until it's all over. All for One was out there, somewhere in this world. Planning, waiting, and when it was finally revealed, Izuku would be ready. He always was, because that was the only thing she knew how to be. A hero, even in a world that wasn't his own. Even when no one knew the war he had already fought. Even when no one knew the war that was coming. The first day of classes at UA, Izuku entered classroom 1A exactly 3 minutes before the scheduled time. Several students had already arrived. The boy with the explosions was arguing aggressively with someone, the boy with two-toned hair was reading silently by the window, and Uraraka was chatting animatedly with other girls. Midoriya-kun, Uraraka greeted him enthusiastically, causing several students to turn around. We meet again. I'm so happy you were accepted too. Izuku nodded politely. Uraraka-san, I'm glad to see your leg healed well. Yes, recovery girl is amazing. And it's all thanks to you for taking me with you. Izuku turned slowly. The explosive boy, Bakugo Katsuki, according to his system, was marching toward him with a furious expression. OBJETIVO, Bakugo Katsuki, gift. Explosion, nitroglycerin sweat, threat level. Low, psychological evaluation. Superiority complex, competitive aggression. You're the bastard who destroyed the giant robot, right? Bakugo stood in front of him, barely inches away. I don't know what trick you used, but don't think that makes you special. I got the most villain points. I'm the best in this class. Izuku observed him with a completely neutral expression. He had faced demonic warlords who boasted in a similar way before being pulverized. I understand, he replied simply. Bakugo blinked, clearly expecting a different reaction. Is that it? I understand. Damn it, at least show some emotion. What emotion should I show exactly? Izuku asked with genuine curiosity. Your score is impressive. Villain points are important. Congratulations. The calm, non-sarcastic response seemed to disconcert Bakugo even more. He opened his mouth to reply but was interrupted. It's wrong to have your feet on the desks. It's disrespectful to the UA students who came before us and to our classmates. Iida had arrived and was reprimanding Bakugo, who immediately redirected his aggression toward him. The two began arguing loudly. Izuku took advantage of the distraction to head to a seat at the back of the class. He preferred to observe from positions with good tactical visibility. Sorry. He stopped. A tall girl with black hair pulled back in a high ponytail was looking at him with piercing dark eyes. She wore the UA uniform with a natural elegance that suggested an aristocratic upbringing. OBJETIVO identificado. Momo Yaoyorozu, family. Yaoyorozu, business conglomerate gift. Creation, materials via molecular compression, threat level. Moderate evaluation. Superior intellect potential strategist. Yes, Izuku replied. You were the student who dismantled the Type 0 robot during the exam, correct? Her voice was polite but direct. Momo Yaoyorozu. A pleasure. Izuku Midoriya. Igualmente. Your technique was unusual. Momo tilted his head slightly, studying him. I didn't detect any physical manifestation of gift. However, the robot simply collapsed in a structurally perfect way, as if every component had been deactivated simultaneously. Izuku maintained his neutral expression. This girl was observant, dangerously observant. My gift is gradual reinforcement, he replied, using his story of hedging. With enough buildup, I can generate considerable force. I see. Momo didn't seem completely convinced, but she nodded politely. I hope to work with you during our time at UA. Before Izuku could respond, a yellow sleeping bag on the classroom floor began to move. All the students fell silent as the bag opened, revealing a disheveled man with tired eyes. It took them 8 seconds to shut up. That's not efficient. The man stood up with lethargic movements. I'm Shota Aizawa, your homeroom teacher. Put on these gym uniforms and assemble at training field A. He pulled uniforms out of his sleeping bag in a way that defied the laws of physics. We have a fitness test. Now, the training ground was a massive open space with multiple stations. Aizawa explained the rules in a monotone tone. 8 standard physical tests, but allowing the full use of quirks. Yaoyorozu got first place on the entrance exam, Aizawa declared. Throw this ball using your quirk. As far as you can. Momo took the ball, created a small cannon from his arm, and launched the projectile an impressive distance. 705.3 meters, Aizawa announced, displaying a measuring device. These are exercises where you can use your quirks. Realize your potential. The students murmured excitedly. Bakugo blasted the ball almost a kilometer away. Uraraka floated hers until it was just a dot in the sky. Midoriya, Aizawa called. Your turn. Izuku took the ball. He felt all eyes on him, especially Yaoyorozu's, who was watching him with analytical interest. He considered his options. He could launch her into orbit with amplified kinetic magic. He could teleport her to the other side of the planet. He could convert her into pure energy. Instead, he applied exactly 10% of his base physical strength, without any magical enhancement, and launched it in a perfect arc. 534.8 meters. It wasn't the best result. But it wasn't the worst either. Perfectly above average, not too outstanding. Bakugo grunted. Is that all? Pathetic. Aizawa continued with the other tests. 50-meter dash, long jump, side squats, push-ups. Izuku carefully calibrated each result. Good enough to pass. Discreet enough not to raise excessive suspicion. But there was a problem. Momo Yaoyorozu watched him during every test. Not obviously, but he noticed her dark eyes analyzing him, calculating, questioning. Warning. Target Yaoyorozu showing suspicious pattern, probability of further investigation, 78%. During the grip strength test, Izuku applied controlled pressure. The meter showed 87 kilograms, respectable but not alarming. From the other side of the field, he saw Momo frown slightly as she looked at her own notes. When the 8 tests were over, Aizawa revealed the total results on a holographic screen. Momo Yaoyorozu, Shoto Todoroki, Katsuki Bakugo, Tenya Iida, Izuku Midoriya. Izuku had calculated perfectly to finish in 5th place. High enough to justify his admission. Low enough not to be considered an immediate threat. And about the expulsion, Aizawa said with a smile. It was a rational lie to get the best out of him. The students sighed in relief. All except Izuku, who had identified the lie from the beginning based on Aizawa's micro-expressions. After class, Izuku was heading for the exit when a voice stopped him. Midoriya-san. Momo Yaoyorozu walked towards him with a determined stride. She carried her school bag in one hand, the other holding what appeared to be a notebook. Yaoyorozu-san, Izuku replied, stopping politely. Forgive my boldness, but I have some questions about your gift. Her eyes studied him with scientific intensity. You said it was gradual reinforcement, correct? That's how it is. Interesting. Because during the tests, I noticed something peculiar. He opened his notebook, showing meticulous graphs and calculations. Your results were consistently good across all categories, with no particular specialization. However, during the grip test, your posture suggested an ability to apply much more force than you demonstrated. Izuku maintained his neutral expression, but internally his alertness increased. This girl was more perceptive than he had anticipated. Furthermore, Momo continued, your motor control during the agility tests showed near-perfect precision. No wasted movement, as if every muscle knew exactly how much force to apply and when. That's not typical of freshmen, no matter how gifted they are. I trained a lot before coming to UA, Izuku replied, using a partial truth. Absolutely. Momo closed her notebook. But there's normal training, and then there's something else. You have the movements of someone with years, maybe decades of real combat experience. They stared at each other in silence for a moment. Izuku weighed his options. He could cast a weak distraction spell. He could simply leave. He could. I'm sorry, Momo said suddenly, her expression softening. I didn't mean to corner you. My curiosity sometimes makes me forget appropriate social boundaries. If you don't want to talk about your past training, I completely understand. Izuku blinked. He hadn't expected that consideration. It doesn't bother me, he replied honestly. You're right, I had extensive training, special circumstances, family. Momo asked with genuine curiosity, not intrusion. Something like that, she nodded, accepting the vague answer. Well, I hope we can work together effectively. UA emphasizes teamwork exercises. It would be beneficial to understand our teammates' capabilities. I agree. Momo extended her hand. So, classmates. Izuku stared at the outstretched hand for a moment. In his previous world, handshakes had become rare after the first decades of war. Too many comrades lost to maintain that custom. But this was different. This was normal. He took her hand. Classmates. The handshake was firm, professional. Momo had soft but surprisingly strong hands. Oh, one more thing, she added as they parted ways. Some classmates and I are planning to study together after school tomorrow at the library. Uraraka-san, Iida-san, and I. Would you like to join us? Izuku considered the invitation. Socializing wasn't part of his mission. But establishing connections with key students could be strategically valuable. I will attend, he replied. Momo smiled, a genuine expression that briefly brightened her serious features. Excellent. See you tomorrow then. As she walked away, Izuku noticed something unsettling. For the first time in countless years, he had let his guard down slightly. Just for a second, just during that handshake. But it had happened. Warning. Social connection established. Risk. Development of emotional attachments. Reminder. Primary mission is the elimination of all for one. Izuku closed his eyes briefly. His system was right. He couldn't afford any distractions. But as he walked toward his apartment under the orange sky of the sunset, a part of him, a small part that had been buried under centuries of war, wondered what it would feel like to be just a normal student for a while. Just a little. That night, Momo Yaoyorozu sat in her private room at her family's residence, reviewing her notes from the day. There was something about Izuku Midoriya that didn't quite fit. Not maliciously, but anomalously. His movements were too efficient. His eyes too old for his apparent age. His presence too calm, like a deep pond that concealed powerful currents beneath the surface. And during that handshake, for a fleeting moment, he had felt something strange. As if he were touching not just a 16-year-old student, but someone much, much older. Curious, she murmured to herself, writing another note. Midoriya Izuku. Quirk. Enhancement. Multiple inconsistencies. Investigate further. But then he added a final line, almost without thinking. Feeling. Deep sadness. Why? He closed his notebook and looked out the window at the city lights. I would definitely keep an eye on the enigmatic Midoriya Izuku. Not out of suspicion, but out of genuine curiosity about who this boy with ancient eyes and a non-existent smile really was. New mission registered. Group study session. Objective. Maintain coverage. Establish alliances. Warning. Target Yaoyorozu requires continuous monitoring. Days until the next major event. 12 all for one activity. Latent. Everything is proceeding as planned. 2 weeks later. The routine at UA had been, strangely peaceful. Izuku attended classes, completed assignments, and participated in training. He maintained his facade as a competent but not exceptional student. The teachers considered him promising. His classmates saw him as reliable but reserved. Study sessions with Yaoyorozu, Uraraka, and Iida had become a regular occurrence. Momo continued to observe him with that same analytical curiosity that never waned, but she had learned not to push too hard. Uraraka was warm and friendly, occasionally making him smile with her naive remarks. Iida was intense but sincere, discussing heroic ethics with admirable passion. It was almost normal. Almost. Because every night, Izuku continued his true mission. He patrolled the shadows of Musudafu, tracking all for one's dimensional signature. The trail was faint but constant, emanating from somewhere to the south. Sealed. Waiting. His nemesis was there, somewhere, planning the same thing he always planned. Domination. Chaos. War. All for one activity. Increasing detection of henchmen. Multiple signatures probability of major event. 67% and increasing. Izuku had clenched his fists that morning as his system issued the alerts. Soon, very soon, I would have to act. But first, there were classes. Today's rescue training will be at the USJ facility. Aizawa announced on the bus heading to the location. 13. The rescue specialist Hero will be supervising. The students murmured excitedly. Even Izuku admitted some interest. The rescue techniques in this world were different from those in his original dimension, where rescue generally meant extracting survivors from cities overrun by demons. Momo sat next to him on the bus, as had become her custom. Have you been on rescue operations before? Some, Izuku replied vaguely. Your tone suggests more than some. Momo tilted her head. You always talk about the past as if you're discussing something distant. As if you've lived much longer than 16 years. Izuku looked directly at her. She held his gaze without blinking. Yaoyorozu-san, he said calmly. Have you ever met someone who's seen things they can't forget? Things that fundamentally change them? Momo's expression softened. Yes, my grandfather. Retired hero. He has that same look you sometimes have. When you think no one is watching. What a look. From someone who has lost too much. Izuku remained silent. This girl was too perceptive for her own good. I'm sorry, Momo added quickly. Again, I crossed a line. It's just, I care about my classmates. There's no need to apologize. Izuku gazed out the window at the passing scenery. Your concern is appreciated. It was true. He couldn't remember the last time anyone had shown genuine concern for him. In their world, he was the chosen hero. A tool, a weapon, not a person. Here, Momo treated him as a person first. It was strange, but not unpleasant. The bus stopped in front of the USJ facility, a massive dome-shaped structure that housed multiple simulated disaster zones. 13. A hero in a spacesuit greeted them enthusiastically. Welcome. Today you'll learn that gifts can save lives, not just defeat villains. As 13 began her safety speech, Izuku felt something. A disturbance. The air cooled subtly. The shadows in the corners of the dome darkened unnaturally. And most importantly, alert. Dimensional signature detected type. Forced transport portal origin. Corrupted magic spatial gift threat. High. Her eyes narrowed. A black and purple portal opened in the center of the plaza. Dozens of figures emerged from it. Villains of all kinds, armed and clearly hostile. And at the front, 3 individuals stood out. A man covered with severed hands. A nebulous figure made of dark mist. And a massive monstrosity with an exposed brain and gray skin, Anomu. Analyzing. Target 1. Tamura Shigaraki. Leader gift. Decay, disintegration by contact, threat level, moderate. Objective 2. Kurogiri. Support Dawn. Warp Gate. Dimensional portals, threat level, moderate. Note. Signature similar to transportation magic. Objective 3. Nomu classification. Modified biological weapon, multiple gifts. Impact absorption, regeneration, enhanced strength, threat level, high. By local standards, actual threat level, negligible. 13. Protect the students. Aizawa shouted, activating his erasing quirk as he charged at the villains with his capture scarf. The students panicked. Iida began organizing an evacuation. Momo created shields. Bakugo and Todoroki prepared to fight. Izuku observed everything with unnatural calm. This wasn't a random attack. The timing was too precise. And that Nomu, there was something familiar about its construction. Multiple gifts artificially combined. Forced biological engineering. La firma de all for one. Midoriya-kun, Momo whispered beside him, forming a defensive staff. We need to fall back with the others. In a moment, Shigaraki laughed from the center of the plaza. Where's All Might? They said he'd be here. We came to kill him. Aizawa fought bravely, but he was being outnumbered. The villains scattered, separating the students. Kurogiri appeared before his group. I'm afraid I must scatter you. Die wherever you fall. Its fog began to expand. Izuku moved. To observers, it was a blur. Before Kurogiri could complete his portal, Izuku was standing in front of him, his hand piercing through the mist and grasping something solid inside. Found, he murmured. Kurogiri let out a strangled cry as Izuku squeezed what he had identified as his body core, a metal plate hidden in the mist, and applied surgical pressure. Impossible, the villain gasped. How did you find my... Izuku slammed him into the ground with enough force to create a small crater. Kurogiri collapsed, unconscious. Enemy neutralized. Kurogiri time. 0.8 seconds. The entire dome fell silent. The villain stared in astonishment. The students' eyes widened in shock. Even Shigaraki froze. Momo whispered in disbelief. What? Stay back, Izuku said calmly, but with a sharpness he'd never used before. This will be over soon. He walked towards the central plaza where the remaining villains stared at him with a mixture of shock and growing fear. Shigaraki scratched his neck frantically. Who the hell are you? You're not part of the plan. You shouldn't be so strong. Nomu, destroy him. The creature moved with superhuman speed, its massive fist descending towards Izuku with enough force to pulverize concrete. Izuku caught it with one hand. The Nomu tried to push. It activated its multiplied strength. Its muscles swelled obscenely. Izuku didn't move an inch. Interesting construction, he commented clinically as he examined the creature. Multiple surgically implanted gifts. Brain modified for absolute obedience. Constant regeneration to keep the body from collapsing under stress. He squeezed. The Nomu's arm exploded in a cloud of blood and tissue. But poorly executed, he concluded. The Nomu regenerated its arm in seconds and attacked again, this time with both fists and a speed that generated shock waves. Izuku didn't dodge, he simply raised his other hand and traced a symbol in the air. An ancient magic circle manifested, shining with emerald green light. Activating. Entity suppression magic target. Biological weapon. Nomu processing. The Nomu stopped mid-strike. Its body began to tremble violently. What? Shigaraki stepped back. What are you doing to her? By removing the forced modifications, Izuku replied as the magic circle expanded, enveloping the Nomu. This creature was once human. It has suffered enough. The Nomu collapsed, its swollen muscles shrinking, its exposed brain closing, its gray skin taking on a more natural tone. In seconds, only an ordinary man remained, unconscious but alive. The remaining villains simply fled. Shigaraki scratched his neck so hard it bled. No, 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 this isn't how it was supposed to be. Master, Master, this is wrong. He shouldn't be here. Master, Izuku repeated, his eyes fixing on Shigaraki with an intensity that made the villain back away. You mean all for one? Shigaraki froze. How? Because I've fought him for longer than you can possibly comprehend. Izuku began walking toward Shigaraki, each step resonating with pent-up power. In worlds you'll never know. In wars you could never imagine. His presence shifted. The air grew heavy. The lights flickered. And for a moment, just a moment, his true power seeped through. The students felt the pressure. Momo fell to her knees, unable to stop herself. Bakugo stopped breathing. Todoroki felt his ice melt spontaneously. Aizawa, still fighting minor villains, looked back and his eyes widened in horror. Because what he saw was not a student. It was something ancient, something terrible, something absolutely lethal. Tell your master, Izuku whispered, now facing Shigaraki, his hand gripping the villain's neck without actually touching him, that the hero of the end has come to this world as well. And that no matter how many times he tries to escape, no matter how many dimensions he flees to. The rings on her fingers shone with a blinding light. I will find him, and this time, I will erase him from existence completely. Shigaraki tried to activate his quirk, touch Izuku, and disintegrate him. His gift simply didn't work. Active immunity. Ring of Eternal Will, complete cancellation of external manipulation. Impossible, Shigaraki gasped. My quirk isn't working. Your quirk is nothing compared to mine. Izuku let go of him, dropping him. At that moment, the doors of the USJ exploded. Do not fear, for I am here. All Might had arrived, his characteristic smile on his face as he quickly assessed the situation. Then he saw Izuku standing over Shigaraki. He saw the Nomu reverted to a normal human. He saw Kurogiri unconscious. He saw all the minor villains fleeing in terror. And he felt the residual pressure in the air that made even him, the symbol of peace, feel a chill. Young man, All Might began, slowly approaching. What happened here? Izuku immediately withdrew his presence. The air returned to normal. The pressure disappeared. He was once again just an ordinary-looking student. The villains attacked, he replied simply. I stopped them. Them? You stopped them. All Might looked around. Only you. Midoriya-kun. Momo's voice trembled from behind her. She had stood up, looking at him with eyes that held shock, fear, and something else. Who are you really? Izuku turned to face her. To face all the students who were staring at him as if they'd never seen him before. Because they hadn't seen it. Not really. They had seen the mask. The student. The facade. Now they had glimpsed the truth beneath it. I am. Izuku began, searching for words. But before he could continue, more pro-heroes stormed into the USJ. Sirens filled the air. The chaos of evacuation and arrests began. Shigaraki managed to escape amidst the confusion, crawling towards an emergency portal that Kurogiri had left open, whispering, Master, he's here, the hero is here. Izuku let him go, because I needed the message to get through. I needed all for one to know. The war had started again. And this time, there would be no more banishments. Only one ending. Concealment protocol. Compromised perceived threat level. Critical new mission. Damage control time until official interrogation. 2 hours. Warning. Yaoyorozu Momo has updated her rating. New status. Suspicion confirmed. Curiosity increased. Concern. Izuku sat in the ambulance while the paramedics checked the students. Momo was several meters away, constantly looking at him while he talked to other students. His eyes never left him. And for the first time since he came into this world, Izuku wondered if he had made a mistake. Not in saving his companions, but in allowing ourselves to be close to them in the first place. Because now they knew he was different. And once the truth began to unravel, there was no way to stop her. 3 weeks after the USJ incident, UA High School was buzzing with energy. The sports festival, the biggest event on the school calendar, broadcast nationally, was just days away. For the students, it was an opportunity to shine in front of professional hero agencies. For Izuku, it was a complication. After the USJ, he had been subjected to extensive questioning. Nezu, All Might, Aizawa, even the Public Safety Commission had all wanted answers about how exactly a first-year student had neutralized a threat that would have required multiple pro-heroes. Izuku had provided partial truths. Intensive training from a young age, a more complex gift than it seemed, tactical luck. They were not satisfied, but they couldn't deny the results either. 0 fatalities, villains captured, students protected. Nezu had been particularly unsettling during his interrogation, observing Izuku with eyes that seemed to see too much. Young Midoriya, the principal had said over tea, you have secrets. That much is clear. The question isn't whether you have them, but whether those secrets pose a threat to my students. They are not, Izuku had replied firmly. And for the world, Izuku had considered that question carefully. Only for those who deserve to be threatened. Nezu smiled, his smile not reaching his eyes. A fascinating answer. Very well. I'll keep an eye on you, Midoriya-kun. But for now, you have my provisional trust. Since then, things had been tense. His classmates treated him differently. With more respect, more caution. Bakugo constantly challenged him, frustrated that Izuku wouldn't accept direct fights. Todoroki watched him silently, as if trying to solve a puzzle. And Iida, poor Iida, had been dealing with something completely different. His brother, the hero Ingenium, had been attacked by the hero killer Stain and left permanently paralyzed. Izuku had seen that pain before. The helplessness of watching someone you love fall. But there was one person whose behavior had changed most noticeably. Momo Yaoyorozu. Midoriya-kun. Izuku looked up from his lunch. Momo was standing in front of his table with a tray, accompanied by Uraraka. Yaoyorozu-san. Uraraka-san. Can we sit down? Momo asked. Of course. They sat down. Uraraka immediately began chattering about the excitements of the sports festival, but Izuku noticed that Momo remained unusually quiet, watching him. Since leaving USJ, she hadn't pressed for answers. But her curiosity was evident in every glance, every carefully crafted conversation, every question that touched on the subject without directly addressing it. He was persistent. Will you participate in the festival? Momo finally asked. Yeah. Will you use your true power? Her voice was low, private despite being in a crowded cafe. Izuku slowly chewed his food, considering the response. I'll use whatever is necessary. No more, no less. That's not really an answer. It's the only one I can give. Momo frowned slightly, but nodded. I understand. Or rather, I understand there are things you can't tell me. But I want you to know something. He looked him straight in the eyes. Whatever you're hiding, whatever you really are, I still consider you my classmate. My friend, if you'll allow me to use that word. Something in Izuku's chest tensed. Friend. When was the last time someone called him friend and not chosen hero, or great wizard, or warlord? I also consider you my friend, Yaoyorozu-san, she replied after a moment. She smiled. That genuine smile that completely transformed her serious face, and Izuku felt something strange. Warmth. Oh, I'm your friend too, Deku-kun. Uraraka interrupted cheerfully, using the nickname she had started using after the USJ. Deku. Izuku repeated. Yes, it sounds like. Dekiru, you can do it. It suits you perfectly after how you saved us. Izuku didn't have the heart to tell her that he really didn't care about nicknames. Alert. Social connections deepening, risk of emotional involvement, increasing. Warning. This could complicate the primary mission. Izuku ignored his system's warnings. For the first time in countless years, perhaps she wanted to allow herself complications. The day of the sports festival arrived. The stadium was packed, hundreds of thousands of spectators, television cameras, professional heroes scouting for talent. Present Mike provided his characteristic enthusiastic commentary while Aizawa offered dry analysis. Izuku observed from the entrance tunnel, automatically analyzing each participant. Scanning competitors. Class 1A. 20 students. Class 1B. 20 students. Support classes and others. 160 students. Average threat level. Trivial. Bakugo was nearby, warming up with aggressive explosions. Todoroki seemed lost in thought. Momo was checking last-minute notes. Students. Midnight's voice boomed from the stage. The student representative will say a few words. Bakugo took to the stage and arrogantly declared, I'll just say this, I'm going to win. The crowd booed. The students grumbled. Izuku simply sighed. Some things were universal in all worlds. There was always someone who was overconfident. The first round is an obstacle course. Midnight announced. 4 kilometers around the stadium. The first 42 advanced to the next round. The cannon fired. Hundreds of students surged forward in a chaotic stampede. Todoroki immediately froze the ground, trapping most of them. Bakugo used explosions to fly over the trap. Izuku simply walked. He applied minimal body reinforcement, only 5%, and maintained a steady trot that placed him comfortably in the middle of the pack. Not too far ahead to stand out. Not too far back to be eliminated. The obstacles were entertaining by the standards of this world. Giant entrance exam robots, a minefield, a tightrope over an abyss. Izuku navigated them with clinical efficiency. A perfectly calculated jump here. A minimal dodge there. Energy conserved, movements optimized. He crossed the finish line in 12th place. Obstacle course completed. Position. 12 of 42. Evaluation. Successful controlled performance. Todoroki had won. Bakugo second. Momo fifth. The next round is cavalry battle. Midnight announced. Form teams of 2 to 4 people. The person who comes in first place is worth 10 million points. All eyes turned to Todoroki, who accepted the challenge with a stoic expression. Izuku felt a presence beside him. Midoriya-kun. Momo looked at him with determination. Team up with me, are you sure? My talent isn't particularly flashy for this kind of competition. I don't need flashy, I need strategy, and I've seen how you think. She adjusted her ponytail. Besides, I already have Uraraka and Tokiyami on board. With your tactical coordination, we can win. Izuku considered. A team with Momo's creativity, Uraraka's zero gravity, and Tokiyami's dark shadow versatility. Okay, but I plan the strategy. I was hoping you would. They formed their group. Momo is the rider, Izuku in front, Uraraka and Tokiyami on the sides. When Midnight gave the start signal, chaos erupted. All the teams rushed towards Todoroki. His group defended themselves with walls of ice while stealing points from other teams. Midoriya-kun, Momo called from above. What's the plan? We don't attack Todoroki directly. He's too well defended. Izuku dodged an enemy team with precise movement. Instead, we systematically steal from mid-level teams while avoiding direct confrontation. Guerrilla tactics. Momo sounded impressed. That's right. Tokiyami. Dark shadow to the right. Kendo team approaching. Understood. For the next 15 minutes, Izuku led his team with perfect military precision. He predicted enemy movements before they happened. He positioned his team in optimal locations. He called out targets with impeccable timing. To observers, it appeared that his team moved as a single entity. In the commentary booth, Aizawa leaned forward. Yaoyorozu's team, he murmured. Look at their coordination. It's too perfect. Present Mike nodded. It's like they can read each other's minds. Especially that green-haired kid leading from the front. In the professional heroes box, several scouts were frantically taking notes. With 30 seconds remaining, Izuku's team had accumulated 2.1 million points by systematically stealing from distracted teams. Now, Izuku ordered, Uraraka, float Momo, Tokiyami, cover, let's go for the grand prize. They launched themselves at Todoroki. His team, exhausted from defending against constant attacks, didn't see the final assault coming. Momo, hovering above them, created an extendable mechanical arm and ripped off the 10 million crown. I have it. Retreat. Izuku turned the team around 180 degrees. The last 5 seconds were a frenzy of desperate teams trying to catch up. But Izuku navigated the attacks as if he were dancing, each step calculated, each turn precise. Time. The stadium erupted in cheers. Yaoyorozu's team wins with 12.1 million points. Momo descended as Uraraka cancelled her gravity, her face lighting up with genuine euphoria. We did it. Midoriya-kun, your strategy was brilliant. It was a team effort, Izuku replied, but he noticed something strange. Momo was looking at it differently. Not just with analytical curiosity. There was admiration in her eyes. And something softer. Warning. Yaoyorozu Momo showing signs of. Izuku closed the notification on his system before it could be completed. I didn't want to know. The individual fights began after lunch. Izuku was paired against Shinso Hitoshi, the general class student with the brainwashing gift. If you respond to my voice, I control you, Shinso declared before beginning. Most surrender without a fight. Izuku studied it. Mental gift. Activated by verbal response. His Ring of Eternal will rendered that gift completely useless against him. He could end the fight in seconds. But that would be cruel. This boy clearly had dreams of becoming a hero despite a gift that made him seem like a villain. Your quirk is powerful, Izuku said calmly. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. Shinso blinked, surprised by the genuine praise. Then he activated his quirk. Izuku felt the attempted mental invasion bounce completely off his protection. Ring of Eternal Will. Active attempt at mind control, denied. He walked forward while Shinso desperately tried to make his quirk work. I'm sorry, Izuku said when he stood in front of him, but my mind cannot be controlled. He gently pushed him out of the ring. Shinso is out of bounds. Midoriya, move forward. The crowd applauded tepidly, confused by the short fight. Shinso looked up at him from the ground. How? Train your body as well as your quirk, Izuku advised, extending a hand. A hero needs both. Shinso took his hand, and for the first time at the festival, Izuku saw something resembling hope in someone's eyes. The rounds continued. Izuku defeated Ashido in seconds with a perfectly calculated throw. Then came his fight against Todoroki. Endeavor's son, heir to two powerful gifts but using only his ice for reasons Izuku could easily guess: family problems, rejection by his father. The battle began with Todoroki launching a massive wave of ice. Izuku dodged to the side and advanced. Todoroki created walls of ice. Izuku shattered them with precise strikes. "Use it," Izuku said as he cornered Todoroki. "That, your fiery side, you're suppressing it, I can see it." Todoroki's eyes widened. "How do you know about?" "Because I see someone chaining themselves up out of pride." Izuku blocked another ice attack. "It's not your quirk. It's your power. Yours, not your father's." Something in the words resonated. Todoroki hesitated. In that moment of doubt, Izuku pushed him out of the ring. Midoriya advances to the final. But Todoroki didn't move. He stayed there, processing the words. Then, for the first time at the festival, small flames flickered on his left side. In the VIP box, Endeavor stood up abruptly. Izuku simply walked away, satisfied that he had planted a seed. The final was against Bakugo. "Finally," roared Bakugo. "No more holding back. Fight for real, you damn Deku." Izuku sighed. "Bakugo-kun, this is just a school tournament. I don't care. Show me the power you used at the USJ." The crowd murmured, recalling the vague reports of the incident. Izuku considered his options. He could end this instantly. Or, "Very well," he said calmly. "I'll show you a little more." He activated his body reinforcement to 10%, still absurdly contained, but enough to create a spectacle. When midnight gave the signal, Bakugo launched his most powerful attack, a massive explosion that lit up the entire stadium. Izuku simply walked through the smoke, unharmed. What followed was an exchange of blows that seemed evenly matched to the audience. Bakugo was exploding with ferocity. Izuku was dodging with pinpoint precision, counter-attacking with measured strikes. For Bakugo, it felt like fighting against a wall that occasionally hit back. For Izuku, it was like training with a particularly enthusiastic student. After 5 minutes of intense fighting, Izuku saw his opening. Bakugo had overheated, his explosions losing power. A leg sweep, a grab, a controlled throw. Bakugo landed outside the ring. Midoriya wins. He's our new sports festival champion. The stadium erupted in applause. Izuku helped Bakugo to his feet. The explosive boy was trembling with frustration. "You weren't fighting seriously," he gasped. "Not even close. I'm sorry. Don't apologize. Just, damn it." Bakugo slammed his fist into the ground. "How strong are you really?" Izuku didn't answer. He simply stared at the box where Momo was watching with that expression that was becoming familiar, admiration mixed with growing affection. When their eyes met, she smiled and clapped. And for reasons he couldn't fully explain, that simple gesture meant more to Izuku than the cheers of hundreds of thousands. Sports festival completed. Result: first place consequence. Increased national attention consequence. Yaoyorozu Momo, deepened emotional connection. Warning: your heart's defenses are weakening. Izuku ignored the last warning. Perhaps it was time to let it happen. Just a little. 1 week after the sports festival, life at UA had changed drastically for Izuku. His victory at the festival had put him on the national radar. Hero agencies were constantly sending internship offers. The media speculated about the mysterious student with the power of reinforcement. His classmates treated him with a mixture of respect and renewed curiosity. But the most notable consequence was the attention of a certain black-haired student. Midoriya-kun, about the heroic ethics assignment. Midoriya-kun, did you check your notes for ectoplasm class? Midoriya-kun, some classmates and I are going to get something to eat after school, would you like to? Momo Yaoyorozu seemed to find every possible opportunity to interact with him. Izuku wasn't completely oblivious. He recognized the patterns. He had seen similar behaviors in his original world, soldiers developing affections in the midst of war, seeking connection in the face of uncertainty. But this was different. This was gentler, more genuine, and honestly, it didn't bother him. The big three have been summoned, Aizawa announced one Monday morning. They're going to report to Class 1A. The students murmured with excitement. The Big Three, the three most powerful students at UA, were legendary even among the lower classes. The door opened. First came Mirio Tagata, blonde and energetic, with a smile that rivaled All Might's. Then Tamaki Imajiki, shy and nervous, hid against the wall. And finally, Hya, hello everyone, I'm Najire Hato and I'm super excited to meet you all. A girl with long, wavy blue hair practically bounced into the classroom, her bright blue eyes scanning each student with almost childlike curiosity. Target identified. Najire Hato, Dawn. Wave motion, conversion of vital energy into shock waves, threat level, moderate height rating, powerful, curious, unlimited energy. Najire's eyes scanned the classroom until they stopped abruptly on Izuku. Something changed in his expression. Casual curiosity transformed into intense fascination. Oh, she stormed across the classroom straight toward him, completely ignoring Aizawa's attempts to maintain order. You're Midoriya Izuku, the one who won the sports festival. I saw your fights, and they were incredible. She stood in front of his desk, leaning in until their faces were inches apart. Your movements were so precise, almost as if you could predict exactly what your opponents would do before they did it, and your body control was perfect with no wasted energy. How did you achieve that? Special training, secret techniques, and your gift is reinforcement, but I didn't see any usual physical manifestations. Is it internal? How exactly does it work? Does it hurt when you activate it? Are there time limits? Oh, and you have very beautiful eyes. They have this strange depth, as if they've seen a lot. How old are you, really, because sometimes you move like someone much older. Hato-san, Aizawa interrupted wearily. Breathe. Ah, I'm sorry, sensei. Najire straightened up but didn't stop staring at Izuku with that same bright intensity. But seriously, you're fascinating. Izuku, for the first time in countless years, found himself completely disarmed. This girl, her energy was overwhelming. But not in a hostile way. It was like being hit by a wave of pure curiosity and genuine enthusiasm. It reminded him of some of his fallen comrades. Those who kept the light alive even in the deepest darkness. Thank you, Hato-san, he replied with his usual calm, though something in his tone was slightly warmer. Your own fights at previous festivals were impressive. Najire's eyes lit up as if she'd received the best compliment in the world. Did you see my fights? That's so, Hato, Mirio grunted, dragging her back. We're here for the training demonstration, remember? Oh, right. During the next hour, the Big Three demonstrated their skills against the entire Class 1A simultaneously. It was educational. Mirio, with his ability to permeate, bypassed attacks and took down students with brutal efficiency. Tamaki adapted parts of his body using food he consumed, creating versatile combinations. Why Najire? Najire was like seeing a tornado in human form. He flew using his shockwaves, bombarded enemies from impossible angles, and gracefully dodged while maintaining a constant conversation. Bakugo-kun, your explosions are cool but predictable. Todoroki-kun, combining fire and ice simultaneously would be more effective. Yaoyorozu-san, you need to make faster decisions when creating items. He criticized while fighting, defeating student after student, until he looked at Izuku, who had been watching from the rear. Midoriya-kun, you haven't attacked even once. Are you analyzing, looking for patterns? That's clever, but it won't work if I already know you're doing it. He fired a shockwave directly at him. Izuku dodged it with minimal movement, the wave passing centimeters from his face without altering it at all. Najire's eyes widened. Whoa, did you see that wave? Most people can't even track its speed. I saw her, Izuku replied simply. Can you dodge another one? He shot 3 in quick succession from different angles. Izuku dodged them all with minimal body adjustments, as if he were dancing among raindrops. Najire descended, landing in front of him with an expression that mixed amazement and delight. Incredible. Your spatial awareness is insane. He leaned closer, studying her face. How is it possible for a freshman to have reflexes like that? Practice, Izuku replied. There's a story there. Najire smiled, but it wasn't intrusive. It was warm. You'll tell me about it someday, right? Maybe. It's a promise then. From the other side of the gym, Momo watched the interaction with a complex expression. He had noticed how Najire-senpai was looking at Midoriya. He had seen that spark of intense interest. And although she knew it was irrational, she felt something unpleasant twist in her chest. Jealousy. She had no right to feel that way. Izuku was her friend. No, he was nothing more. Not yet, but the way he had responded to Najire, with that subtle warmth he rarely showed. Momo clenched her fists. I needed to talk to him. Soon. That afternoon, Izuku was walking towards the library when he found Najire waiting for him in the hallway. Midoriya-kun. What a coincidence. It was no coincidence. Izuku could identify planned ambushes from miles away. But Najire's smile was so genuinely cheerful that she didn't have the heart to point it out. Hado-san. Call me Najire. Hado-san sounds so formal. She fell to her side. Are you going to the library? Me too. Well, I wasn't, but now I am. I see. So, Midoriya-kun. Najire tilted her head, looking at him with those piercing blue eyes. Why do you feel so alone? Izuku stopped abruptly. Najire also stopped, her expression unusually serious. Forgive me if I'm being too direct. People say I have no filter. He played with a strand of his hair. But when I look at you, I see someone surrounded by people but completely alone. As if you were separated from everyone by something invisible. Izuku studied her. This girl was more perceptive than her chaotic energy suggested. It's complicated, he finally replied. The best things always are. Najire smiled gently. But you know, you don't have to be alone. Even if there are things you can't share, simple company helps. Are you speaking from experience? Maybe. Her eyes shone with something deeper. We all carry things, don't we? Secrets, fears, regrets. What makes us human is finding people with whom we can be ourselves despite those things. Izuku was amazed. This energetic and seemingly superficial girl understood loneliness in a way that few could. You're right, he admitted. Thank you, Najire-san. Only Najire, she protested, her cheerfulness instantly returning. And there's no need to thank me. Friends support each other. Are we friends? Of course. I decided we'd be friends the moment I saw you dodging my waves. She casually took his arm, pulling him toward the library. Now come on, tell me about your training. And your favorite foods. And if you have any hobbies. Oh, do you like cats? I love cats. Izuku let himself be dragged along, a small smile forming on his lips without him noticing. This girl was a tornado. But perhaps that wasn't so bad. In the library, Momo looked up from her books just in time to see Najire Hado walking in with Izuku on her arm, laughing about something. Her heart sank. Uraraka, sitting opposite her, followed her gaze and frowned. Yaomomo-chan, she said softly. Do you like Deku-kun? Momo almost dropped her pen. What? We're not, we're just friends. Yaomomo-chan, I've seen you looking at him. Uraraka smiled knowingly. And the way you light up when you talk to him. It's obvious. Momo felt her face burn. Is it that obvious? For me, yes. Probably for everyone except Deku-kun. Uraraka chuckled softly. He's a bit dense about these things. I don't know what to do, Momo admitted softly. There's so much I don't know about him. So many secrets. But still, do you still care? Yes. Momo looked at her hands. It matters a lot to me. And that scares me. Uraraka took his hand in a comforting gesture. Feelings are like that, terrifying, but also wonderful. They watched Najire bombard Izuku with questions as he answered with unusual patience, that small smile still on his lips. You should tell him, Uraraka suggested. Tell him what? How are you feeling? Before someone else does. Momo looked towards Najire, who was now laughing at something Izuku had said, her eyes shining with that intense interest. Rivalry. The word appeared in her mind uninvited. No, she corrected herself immediately. Najire-senpai seemed genuinely a good person. This wasn't rivalry. This was complicated. Sigh. You're right. I need to talk to him. That's my Yaomomo. Uraraka encouraged her. But maybe wait until after the internships. Give her time to process everything from the festival first. Momo nodded, but her heart was beating nervously. Because something told him that things were about to get much more complicated. That night, Izuku sat in his apartment, processing the events of the day. Najire Hado. There was something about her that reminded him why he had fought so hard in his original world. To protect people like her. Full of light, of life, of pure and unwavering hope. Your system issued a notification. New social connection established. Nijire Hado evaluation. Positive but potentially complicated warning. Yaoyorozu Momo showing signs of emotional conflict prediction. Triangular situation developing. Izuku closed the notification with a sigh. Complications. Always complications. But as she gazed out the window at the peaceful night city, she allowed herself a moment of honesty. Perhaps the complications were worth it. They meant having people who cared. Who saw him as a person, not as a weapon. That made him smile genuinely for the first time in centuries. His rings pulsed gently, reminding him of his true mission. All for One was still out there. Waiting. Planning. But for now, in this moment of stolen peace, Izuku allowed himself to simply be a student. With friends. With complications. With something resembling a normal life. Although he knew it couldn't last forever. Elsewhere in the city, in a dark lair, Shigaraki Tamura was furiously scratching his neck while reporting to a screen. Teacher. About the UA student. Midoriya Izuku. All for One's voice echoed from the screen, ancient and terrifying. Ah, yes, I've felt its presence. Familiar but impossible. A pause. Interesting. Very interesting. What do you want me to do? Nothing. For now. AFO chuckled softly. Let him believe he has time. That he can play the student. That he can have friends. But eventually, Tamura, we will remind you that in this world, as in all worlds, I always win. The screen went black, and in the darkness, something ancient and malevolent awaited its moment. Patient, eternal, inevitable, upcoming internships. 1 week all for one activity, increasing social situation, getting more complicated, the calm before the storm. 1 week later, the internships had been assigned. The students of Class 1A would be dispersed throughout Japan, working with professional heroes to gain field experience. Izuku had received 4,385 internship offers. An absurd number that had made Aizawa look at him with a, of course, expression before handing him the massive stack of letters. Top agencies, famous heroes, even some of All Might's cronies had extended invitations. Everyone wanted the mystery student who had dominated the sports festival. Izuku rejected them all. Instead, she selected a small agency in Hosu, Night Patrol Agency, led by a mid-ranking hero named Manuel. Why her? Momo had asked when they were discussing picks during lunch. She had chosen Uebami, a hero focused on public relations, though Izuku noticed her dejected tone when she mentioned it. Strategic location, Izuku answered honestly. Hosu was where Iida had gone. To look for the hero killer stain, though the poor kid thought he was hiding it well. And I prefer low-profile environments. Always so mysterious, Momo murmured, but smiled. Although I understand the feeling. Sometimes the attention is overwhelming. I'm going with Yukio, Uraraka announced excitedly. A dragon hero. How cool is that? Yukio is excellent, commented a familiar voice. Nijire slid into the seat next to Izuku uninvited, swinging her tray. I work with her too. We'll be interns, Uraraka-chan. Ever since the big three had introduced themselves, Nijire had made a habit of randomly appearing near Izuku. In the cafeteria, in the library, she'd even run into him once during his night patrol, though he'd managed to convince her he was just walking to clear his head. It wasn't invasive, it was simply present. Like an enthusiastic puppy who had decided that Izuku was his favorite person. Nijire-senpai, Izuku greeted politely. Only Nijire. He protested automatically. Then he bowed his head. Hosu. Are you sure? It's an area with high crime activity lately. Hosu analysis. Updated criminal activity. Plus 47% last month. Primary cause. Hero killer stain. Probability of encounter. 78%. That's why I chose it, Izuku replied. Real experience. Momo frowned. Sounds dangerous. He is, Nijire agreed, but there was a glimmer of understanding in her eyes. But Midoriya-kun isn't exactly a normal student, is he? Izuku looked at her. Nijire returned his gaze with that knowing smile. This girl was too perceptive for her own good. Be careful over there, Nijire finally said, her tone unusually serious. And if you need help, call me. The big three are authorized to assist in emergencies. I'll keep that in mind. Nejire smiled, then turned to Momo. Yaoyorozu-chan. Uwabami. Isn't she the heroine who does a lot of commercials? Yes, Momo sighed. It's not exactly what I expected, but it's a chance to learn public relations work. That's important too, although. Nejire leaned closer, lowering her voice. Between us, I think you chose it because it was close to Hosu, right? Momo's face turned completely red. I didn't. That's. Nejire laughed, but not cruelly. It's sweet. Caring about your friends. Izuku watched the interaction with something akin to confusion. Why would Momo want to be near Hosu? He'd be fine on his own. Uraraka hid a smile behind her hand. Boys could be so dense sometimes. Hosu City. 3 days later. Izuku had spent his first few days of his internship patrolling with Manuel, a sincere but unremarkable hero who specialized in water control. The patrols were quiet. Too quiet. The manual discussed heroic ethics, the importance of community presence, and how each hero contributed to society regardless of their ranking. Everything was valid, important, even, but Izuku wasn't there for ethics lessons. I was here because I had detected something. Tracking signature. Hero killer stain murder pattern. Analyzed next probable target. KYUDAI area 73% probability, Iida Tenya location. KYUDAI area. His system had been constantly processing data. Locations of previous murders, times, types of victims. Stain had patterns, albeit subtle ones. And those patterns pointed to a specific alley in exactly 47 minutes. Manuel-san, Izuku said as they walked back to the agency. Could I step outside for a moment? I need some air. Manuel blinked. Are you okay, kid? You look tense. I just need to walk a little. Ah, I see. I know my talks can be long. Manuel smiled sympathetically. Take a break, but keep your phone on. Hosu has been unstable lately. I will. Thank you. Izuku left and immediately headed towards the Kyudai area. He didn't run. He didn't need to. He had calculated the timing perfectly. 20 minutes later, his phone vibrated. Message from Iida Tenya, shared location. KYUDAI area, Alley 4B, note. I found stain. I need support. Izuku sped up his pace slightly. 3 minutes later, he entered the alley to find exactly what he had predicted. Iida lay on the ground, paralyzed, bleeding from his arm. A pro-hero, native, lay unconscious against the wall. And above them, wielding blood-stained katanas, stood the hero killer Stain. Target identified. AKA GUROCHIZOME, Stain. Dawn. Coagulation. Paralyzes via ingestion of blood. Threat level. Moderate. Psychological evaluation. Ideologue fanatic. Dangerous. Another student, Stain muttered, his bloodshot eyes assessing Izuku. You've come to save your friend. Noble, but useless. He launched himself forward with impressive speed. Izuku dodged it effortlessly, grabbing Stain's wrist mid-attack and spinning him against the wall with enough force to create cracks. Stay still, he ordered. Stain tried to break free, but Izuku had identified every pressure point on his body. One precise touch in 3 different locations and the hero killer collapsed, temporarily paralyzed by his own nerves. The entire exchange had taken 2.4 seconds. What? Iida stared, his eyes wide. Midoriya. How? Later, Izuku replied, turning to his injured classmate. Can you move? My leg. I think it's broken. Izuku nodded and began examining the wounds when he felt something. A vibration. No physics. Dimensional. Their system exploded with alerts. Critical alert. Massive dimensional disturbance detected. Origin. Hosu Center type. Forced summoning entities. Multiple Nomus. This is a coordinated attack. The sky over Hosu darkened. Screams filled the air, and from multiple directions, massive creatures, Nomus, began to emerge, destroying buildings and attacking civilians. All for One had made his move. No, Izuku whispered. His mind was processing the situation at supersonic speed. This was no coincidence. Stain's attack had been a decoy. The real threat was detecting. 7 Nomus in total, multiple civilian victims, professional heroes responding, insufficient probability of mass casualties, 94%. Izuku closed his eyes. I had to make a decision. He could stay here, keep Iida safe, and maintain a low profile. Or he could act, really act, and fully unleash his true power. Iida, he said calmly. I need you to close your eyes. What? Why? Please. Trust me. Something in his tone made Iida obey without further questions. Izuku stood up and looked up at the darkened sky. 7 Nomus. Hundreds of civilians in danger. Dozens of heroes who couldn't handle this alone. She sighed deeply. Lo siento, Yaoyorozu-san. Najire-san. Her rings began to glow. It seems I'll have to break my promise to remain discreet. He activated his body reinforcement to 40%. The alley exploded with emerald light, and the hero of the end emerged from the shadows. Elsewhere in Hosu, Momo was with Uebami when the explosions began. What's happening? He shouted as buildings shook. Then he saw the Nomu. And he knew, with absolute certainty, that Izuku was at the center of it. Because where there was chaos, it was impossible. He was always there. Midoriya-kun, she whispered, her heart pounding with fear. Please, it's okay. Concealment protocol. Abandoned power limiter. Released at 40% mode. Mass rescue operation estimated time for complete elimination. 4 minutes. Let the real battle begin. The emerald light emanating from Izuku illuminated the entire alley. Stain, still paralyzed, stared wide-eyed. Iida, although he had closed his eyes as instructed, could feel the absolute pressure in the air. This was not the power of a student. This was something else entirely. Izuku raised his right hand. The ring of the primordial hero shone with blinding intensity, and ancient magic circles manifested in the air around him, impossible geometry that swirled and pulsed with primal power. Full analysis, he muttered to himself as his system processed the entire city simultaneously. Hosu scan. Complete Nomu 1. Commercial district, power level. Medium Nomu 2. Train station, power level. Medium Nomu 3. General hospital, power level. High Nomu 4 to 7. Dispersed in residential areas, power level. Low to medium civilian victims in immediate danger. 247 professional field heroes, 23 all defeated. His system had estimated 10 seconds. Izuku decided to do it in 4 seconds. Space magic. Magical connection. He traced symbols in the air with blinding speed. Magic circles appeared in 7 different locations across Hosu, marking each Nomu. Summoning magic. Swords of Judgment. The sky above Hosu lit up. 7 spears of pure light materialized, each the size of a telephone pole, hovering above their marked targets. The professional heroes on the field looked up in awe and horror. Endeavor, who had arrived in Hosu responding to the emergency, froze mid-attack against a Nomu. What the devil? Descendo. Izuku lowered his hand. The 7 spears fell simultaneously. There were no explosions. There was no collateral damage. The spears pierced each Nomu with surgical precision, piercing their exact cores before detonating in pure light that disintegrated the creatures from within. In 3.7 seconds, all the Nomus had ceased to exist. Silence fell over Hosu. Endeavor stared at the floating remnants of light where his Nomu had been, his expression a mixture of shock and disbelief. Impossible, he whispered. That Nomu required multiple top heroes, and it just vanished. Across the city, professional heroes had similar reactions. Their seemingly invincible enemies had been wiped out in an instant by an attack that came from nowhere. In the alley, Izuku collapsed slightly, leaning against the wall. Using 40% of his power during those seconds had been enough to eliminate the threats, but the control required to avoid any collateral damage had been intense. Midoriya, Iida's voice trembled. What were you? Before Izuku could respond, a gust of wind announced the arrival of someone else. All Might landed in the alley, still in his muscular form, his eyes quickly scanning the scene. Stain unconscious, Native injured, Iida with broken bones, and Izuku emanating residual energy that made even the symbol of peace feel an instinctive chill. Young Midoriya, All Might said slowly. Were you the one who? The Nomus have been eliminated, Izuku replied calmly, his emerald light finally fading. 0 civilian fatalities. Stain is neutralized. Iida and Native require immediate medical attention. That doesn't answer my question. Izuku looked directly at him. I know. They stared at each other for a long moment. All Might saw something in those green eyes, ancient, weary, infinitely deep, that reminded him of Gran Torino talking about past wars. "We'll talk," All Might finally said. "But first, let's ensure the safety of these citizens." 2 hours later, UA Academy, Principal's office. Izuku sat facing an intimidating panel. Nezu, All Might, Aizawa, Gran Torino, and surprisingly, Detective Tsukauchi. Everyone looked at him with expressions that ranged from intense curiosity to genuine concern. "Young Midoriya," Nezu began, sipping his tea with unnatural calm. "You just eliminated 7 Nomus designed to require multiple pro-heroes each. You did it in under 4 seconds. From several kilometers away, simultaneously." He took a sip of tea. "I think it's time to have a very honest conversation about who and what you really are." Izuku had known this moment would eventually come. He had mentally prepared for this conversation dozens of times. Even so, when he opened his mouth, the words were more difficult than expected. "My name is Izuku Midoriya," he began slowly. "But I'm not from this world." Silence. "Go on," urged Nezu, his eyes shining with fierce interest. Izuku took a deep breath. "I come from a different dimension. A world where magic, not quirks, is the dominant force. A world that has been at war for longer than I can accurately count." "War?" All Might asked. "Against whom?" "Against a being known in my world as the Demon King." Izuku closed his eyes. "Though here he's known by another name." "All for one." The room erupted in reactions. All Might stood up abruptly. "What did you say?" "All for One exists in my dimension as well. He has existed for millennia, leaping between worlds, sowing chaos and domination wherever he goes." Izuku opened his eyes, looking directly at All Might. "And I've been chasing him for countless lifetimes, trying to stop him permanently." Tsukauchi activated his lie detection ability. All his instincts screamed at him that this must be false. But it wasn't. Every word was true. "Impossible," Aizawa muttered. "Dimensional travel, real magic, multiple lives, that's science fiction." Izuku smiled humorlessly. "Yes, I know, but I'm here, and the magic I use is very real." To demonstrate, he raised his hand and conjured an emerald green flame that floated above his palm. It wasn't heat generated by a gift. It was pure magical fire that burned without fuel, defying the laws of this world. "In my world, I was known as the chosen hero. The great mage, the bearer of the primordial rings." Izuku clenched his fist, extinguishing the flame. "I led armies. I conquered dimensional dungeons. I sealed away lesser gods. And all the while, I pursued All for One across realms and realities." "How long?" Gran Torino asked, his voice unusually serious. "I don't know exactly. Time works differently in dimensional war zones. But," Izuku looked at his hands. "Centuries. Maybe millennia. I've lost count." "And how did you get here?" Nezu asked. "All for One banished me. In our final battle in my dimension, when I was about to completely destroy him, he used a forbidden dimensional banishment spell." Izuku touched his chest where the dimensional chain had struck him. "He sent me here, to this world, sealing 90% of my power in the process." 90%. All Might sat down slowly. "Are you saying that everything we've seen so far is only 10%? Technically I'm using about 40% now that I've released some seals." "But yes." The implication hung heavily in the air. If what they had seen was only a fraction, how powerful was this boy really? "So," Nezu said carefully, "your goal here is to find and destroy this world's version of All for One." "Yeah, and then?" Izuku didn't answer immediately. He had thought about that question many times. "I don't know," he finally admitted. "The portal that brought me here closed. I have no obvious way back to my dimension. And honestly," something in his expression softened, "I'm not sure I want to go back. My world is broken, ravaged by centuries of war. Here, there is peace. There is hope. There are people living normal lives." He thought about Momo, about Najire, about Uraraka and Iida and all his classmates. There are things worth fighting for that aren't just endless battles. Tsukauchi verified his gift again. "Truth. Every word. This is." Aizawa rubbed his eyes. "This is too much. Do we really expect to believe this just on your word?" "No." Izuku stood up. Let me show you. He extended his hand and traced a complex symbol in the air. A magic circle expanded, and within it, an image appeared. His world, red skies, ruined cities, armies of demons marching across devastated landscapes. And at the center, a massive battle, Izuku, surrounded by fallen comrades, facing a dark figure of terrifying power. All for one, the Demon King. The battle was apocalyptic. Mountains vanished. The sky split open. Reality itself seemed to scream. This was 3 months before I was banished, Izuku explained as the footage played. The Battle of the Thousand Fallen. We lost 40% of our forces that day. Everyone in the room watched in horrified silence. This was not fantasy. It was not exaggeration. It was a real memory of a real war. All those soldiers, all might began, dead, most disintegrated by AFO attacks. Izuku closed the circle, the images fading. I was the commander. Their deaths were my responsibility. The weight in her voice was palpable. The pain of centuries. That's why, he continued calmly, I can't allow All for One to win here too. This world still has a chance. It still has peace. And I will protect it. Nezu studied him for a long time. What do you need from us? Access to information on AFO. Anything the Public Safety Commission has. Locations of his henchmen. Operational patterns. Izuku looked at them all. And time. I need time to prepare properly. AFO in this world is weaker than in mine, but still lethal. And what about the students? Aizawa asked. Yaoyorozu, Uraraka, the others. Will you tell them the truth? Izuku hesitated. Eventually. But not yet. I don't want to involve them in this more than necessary. It might be too late for that, Gran Torino remarked. Yaoyorozu already suspects something. And after today, half of Japan saw those spears of light. It was true. Hosu's operation had been too public. Then I'll do damage control, Izuku said. But the whole truth, that can wait. Nezu nodded slowly. Very well. Officially, we'll keep you as a UA student. Unofficially, we'll treat you as a special consultant against All for One. But Midoriya-kun, the director leaned forward, his expression serious. If at any point I determine that you pose a threat to my students, to UA, or to this world, they'll arrest me, Izuku finished. Or at least they'll try. I understand that. Good. Then we have a deal. Nezu extended his small paw. Officially welcome to the team, hero from another world. Izuku shook the paw, feeling the weight of what he had just accepted. There was no turning back. The truth was coming out. And soon, everyone would know. That night, Izuku's apartment. He was sitting in the dark when his phone rang. Mensaheda. Yaoyorozu Momo, are you okay? I saw the news about Hosu. Please tell me you're alright. Izuku stared at the message for a long moment. Then another one arrived. Message from Najire Hado, Midoriya-kun. I saw those light spears. That was you, wasn't it? We need to talk. And another one. Mensaheda. Uraraka Ochako, Deku-kun, everyone is worried. Can you at least tell us you're okay? Izuku sighed and wrote a simple reply to everyone. I'm fine. We'll talk soon. I promise. He placed the phone aside and looked out the window at the night city. Under the rain that had begun to fall, Musudafu looked peaceful. Beautiful, even. But Izuku knew the truth. All for One had shown his hand today. The Nomus. The coordinated attack. It was a statement. A warning. He knows I'm here, Izuku murmured to the darkness. And he knows what I'm capable of. Their rings pulsed in response. Analysis. All for One will accelerate its plans. Estimated time until major confrontation. 4 to 6 months required preparation, maximum. The war had officially begun. Not with explosions or public statements, but with silent movements in the dark. Strategy against strategy. Immortal versus immortal. And this time, one of them would not survive. Izuku closed his eyes and began to meditate, preparing for what was to come. Because he knew, with absolute certainty, the worst was yet to come. Revealed truth. Partial assured allies. UA. Staff personal situation. Getting more complicated. Time until next major event. Unknown. But one thing is certain. The calm is over. 3 days after the Hosu incident, the news continued to talk about the miracle of Hosu, how 7 Nomus had been simultaneously eliminated by a mysterious attack, saving hundreds of lives. Theorists conspired about secret government weapons. Heroes speculated about a new, top-secret hero. Nobody suspected that he had been a freshman. Except for those who knew him. Izuku had returned to UA to find his classmates looking at him with renewed curiosity. Bakugo had confronted him directly, demanding to know if he had been involved in Hosu. Todoroki watched silently, his heterochromatic eyes evaluating Izuku's every move. But the reactions that mattered most to him were two. Momo Yaoyorozu y Najire Hado. Momo had been avoiding him. Not obviously, but Izuku noticed. During classes, he sat farther away. At lunch, he found excuses to eat with other groups. His study sessions had abruptly stopped. It was disconcerting. After weeks of constant interaction, deep conversations in the library, and that gradual connection that had grown between them. Silence. Analysis. Yaoyorozu Momo displaying evasive behavior, likely cause. Internal emotional conflict recommendation. Direct confrontation. Izuku decided to follow his system's advice. He found her after class, alone in the classroom, reviewing notes with a concentration that seemed forced. Yaoyorozu-san. She jumped slightly, her pen falling. Midoriya-kun. I didn't hear you come in. Excuse me. Izuku approached slowly, as if he were approaching a wounded animal. Can we talk? Momo avoided his gaze. I'm a little busy right now. Maybe later. You've been avoiding me, Izuku interrupted gently. Did I do something wrong? No, it's not that. Momo closed her notebook, her hands trembling slightly. It's just that, I need space to think. Think about what? Momo finally looked at him, and Izuku saw something in her eyes that surprised him, genuine conflict. Fear, and something deeper. About you, he admitted quietly. About who you really are. About what I saw in Hosu. Ah, so she had connected the dots. Did you see the light spears? Izuku asked. I saw them, and I knew immediately. Momo stood up, facing him directly. It was you. That magic, that power, it was you. It wasn't a question. Yes, Izuku confirmed. There was no point in denying it. What are you? Momo's voice cracked slightly. For weeks I've been watching you, trying to understand you. I thought maybe you had secret training, or a difficult past, or something explainable. But this. He walked to the window, looking out at the UA campus. This is bigger than that, isn't it? Much bigger. Izuku approached, standing beside her. Yes. Can you tell me the truth? The whole truth. Izuku considered this carefully. Nezu had given him permission to reveal information to select students if he deemed it necessary. And Momo deserved to know. I'm not from this world, he began calmly. For the next 20 minutes, Izuku told her everything. His original dimension, the endless wars, all for one as the Demon King. The banishment, his mission here. Momo listened in silence, her face going through shock, disbelief, understanding and finally, sadness. So when you look at me, she said when he finished, her voice barely a whisper, do you just see another temporary classmate? Someone you'll forget when you finally defeat all for one and move on? No. Izuku's response was immediate and firm. I see you as someone important. Someone who has shown me kindness when he didn't have to. Someone who. He stopped, searching for words he hadn't used in centuries. Someone who makes me want to stay. Momo turned to him, tears glistening in her eyes. Really, really. She let out a shaky laugh, wiping her eyes. This is insane. Completely insane. I should be terrified. I should be running to Nezu to report this. I would understand if you did. But I won't. Momo looked directly at him. Because despite all this madness, despite knowing that you're basically a warrior mage from another dimension who's lived for centuries. He took a deep breath. I still care about you. Maybe even more now that I know how much you've suffered. How much you've lost. He took one step closer. Midoriya Izuku, you've seen horrific things. You've lost people you loved. You've fought in wars I can't even imagine. And yet, when you look at me, there's warmth. When you smile, those rare times you genuinely smile, I can see the person you were before all that war. Another tear fell, and I think I've fallen in love with that person. Izuku's world stopped. In love. His. Yaoyorozu-san, She didn't know what to say. I don't know how to reciprocate. I don't know if I can. I've been at war for so long that I've forgotten how to be normal. I don't need you to be normal, Momo said with a trembling smile. I just need you to be honest. Do you feel anything for me? Anything at all? Izuku looked at her. He really looked at her. Momo Yaoyorozu. Bright, kind, determined. The one who had treated him like a person when everyone else saw him as an enigma. The one who genuinely cared about his well-being. The one who had cried for his losses even though she hadn't experienced them herself. Yes, he admitted quietly. I feel something. I don't know exactly what it is yet. But when I'm with you, the war feels more distant. Like maybe I could be something more than just a soldier. Momo smiled. That radiant smile that transformed her face, and took his hand. Then that's enough. For now. They remained like that, hands intertwined, as the sun set outside the window. And for the first time in centuries, Izuku allowed himself to feel something other than determination or duty. Hope. The next day, Nejire ambushed him. Literally. Izuku was walking toward the cafeteria when he was suddenly lifted off the ground by the collar of his shirt. Nejire had grabbed him while flying, dragging him toward the roof of UA before he could protest. Nejire-san. What? We need to talk, she declared, landing on the roof and letting go. And none of that, Nejire-san. Just Nejire. Izuku straightened up, looking at the blue-haired girl who was confronting him with her hands on her hips and a determined expression. About Hosu, Nejire continued. Those spears of light, that massive power that erased 7 Nomus simultaneously. He moved closer, his blue eyes searching for hers. It was you. It wasn't a question. Like Momo, she simply knew. Because I've been watching you since I met you. Nejire touched his chest, right over his heart. Here, there's something different about you. Something ancient and sad and powerful. At first, I thought you were just a student with a traumatic past. He smiled slightly. But after Hosu, I investigated. I spoke with Yukio, who spoke with other heroes. They all describe the attack the same way, pure magic. Not a gift, real magic from another world. He bowed his head, so I'll ask directly, are you from another world? Izuku sighed. 2 confessions in 2 days. Yeah, a world with real magic. Yeah, have you been fighting in wars longer than you look? Yeah, and you're here to stop all for one because he exists in your world too. Yeah, Nejire nodded slowly, processing. Then, that's so cool. Izuku blinked. What? I mean, it's sad. All those wars and losses sound awful. But also, Nejire practically bounced. You're literally a hero from another world. Like in isekai manga, with real magic and everything. That's amazing. Nejire-san. Solo Nejire. Nejire. Izuku corrected. This isn't a manga or some Wattpad story. It's real. Dangerous. I've lost countless comrades. I've seen worlds burn. I know. Nejire's joy softened, but didn't disappear completely. And that's what makes it even more impressive. You've lived through all of that, lost so much, and yet you still fight. You still try to protect people. He approached, taking both of Izuku's hands. You're still kind, even when you don't have to be. Her blue eyes moistened slightly. When I met you, I felt something. Like recognition. Because I also know how it feels to be alone even surrounded by people. Nejire. My gift is powerful. Too powerful at times. When I was a child, I would accidentally hurt others. People were afraid to approach me. Nejire smiled sadly. I learned to be cheerful, to ask lots of questions, to keep people engaged so they wouldn't see how lonely I truly felt. He clasped his hands. But when I looked at you that first day, I saw someone who understood that loneliness. Only yours was much, much deeper. Nejire. From then on, I wanted to get to know you better. To make you smile. To make that sadness in your eyes disappear, even if just for a moment. She bit her lip, and at some point, without even realizing it, he took a deep breath. I fell in love with you. Izuku felt the world tilt for the second time in 2 days. I know this probably isn't the best time, Nejire continued quickly. With all for one and your mission and everything. And I know I'm probably too energetic and annoying and talkative. You're not annoying, Izuku interrupted gently. You're light, pure, bright, unwavering light. The kind of person worth fighting for. Najire looked at him with enormous eyes. Do you really believe that? Yeah, so. Her voice was barely a whisper. Is there any chance that you could feel something for me? Izuku thought about Momo, about her confession just yesterday, about how he'd felt something stir in his chest when she took his hand. And now Najire, cheerful, perceptive Najire who had seen through all his defenses and decided to approach anyway. The one who made him smile without even trying. The one who made the war feel distant just by being near. I feel something, he admitted honestly. But Najire, it's complicated. I'm complicated. I don't know if I can give you what you deserve. I don't know if I know how to love after so long just surviving. That's okay. Najire smiled, tears finally falling. We can figure it out together. No pressure, no expectations, just letting you be around. There's something else, Izuku said, knowing he needed to be honest. Yaoyorozu-san also, she confessed yesterday. And do you have feelings for her too? Najire finished. Izuku nodded miserably. He expected Najire to be angry, to feel betrayed, to leave him. Instead, she laughed, softly, without bitterness. Momo-chan has good taste, he said. And honestly, I saw it coming. The way she looks at you, it's probably the same way I look at you. Aren't you angry? Why would I be angry? Najire wiped away her tears. You can't control your feelings. And I can't control mine. And Momo-chan can't control hers. He straightened up, his determination returning. So here's my proposal. I'll talk to Momo-chan. We'll have an honest conversation. And together we'll decide how to handle this without making you feel pressured or guilty. Are you sure? Absolutely. Najire smiled, that bright smile that lit up everything around her. Because in the end, what matters is your happiness. And if two silly girls falling for the same complicated guy is what the universe decided. He took her face in his hands. Then we'll find out, together. Before Izuku could respond, Najire leaned down and kissed his forehead, soft, chaste, full of promise. Take your time to process everything, she whispered. But know this. No matter what, I'm on your side. Always. Then it rose up, floating backward with a mischievous grin. Now, I have to find Momo-chan. We have a very important girl talk to have. And he disappeared over the edge of the roof, leaving Izuku alone with his spiraling thoughts. Emotional situation. Critical Yaoyorozu Momo. Confession accepted Najire Hado. Confession accepted triangular conflict. Imminent recommendation. Error. There is no precedent for this situation. System cannot provide guidance. Good luck, chosen hero. Izuku sat heavily on the roof, staring at the sky. He had conquered dimensional dungeons. He had defeated demonic armies. He had sealed minor gods. But two girls confessing to him just one day apart. That left him completely unprepared. What am I going to do? He murmured to the sky. The sky, wisely, did not answer. Private tea room 30 minutes later. Momo sat elegantly, sipping tea while she waited. Najire had requested an urgent meeting. When the blue-haired girl entered, Momo noticed something in her expression. Hado-senpai. Only Najire. How many times do I have to say that? Then she sat down, unusually serious. Momo-chan. We need to talk about Midoriya-kun. Momo's heart sank. You too. Me too, Najire confirmed. They looked at each other. Two girls, both bright, both strong, both completely in love with the same impossible boy. And slowly, they began to talk. The tea room was quiet except for the soft clinking of cups. Momo and Najire stared at each other across the table, two girls who, under normal circumstances, could have been close friends. Both intelligent, both powerful, both with hearts bigger than their appearances suggested. And both hopelessly in love with the same boy with ancient eyes. So, Najire began, breaking the silence with her characteristic directness. You confessed to him first. Yesterday. And you today, Momo replied, maintaining her composure even though her heart was pounding nervously. Did he reject you? Not exactly. She said she feels something, but it's complicated. Najire tilted her head. To you, the same. They stared at each other for another long moment. Then, unexpectedly, Najire laughed. This is so ridiculous. We both fell for the most complicated guy imaginable. Literally out of this world. Despite the tension, Momo felt a smile tugging at her lips. When you put it like that, sounds like the beginning of a terrible manga, doesn't it? Najire took a sip of tea. But here's the thing, Momo-chan. I don't see you as an enemy. No, I see someone who understands why he's special. Someone who cares for him as much as I do. Najire leaned forward, and honestly, after everything he's been through, centuries of war, unimaginable loss, profound loneliness, don't you think he deserves to have as many people in his life as possible who love him? Momo considered that carefully. Are you suggesting? I'm not suggesting anything definitive, Najire quickly clarified. I'm just saying that maybe we don't have to see it as competition. Maybe we can coexist. That's unusual. Everything about this situation is unusual. Najire smiled. A warrior mage from another dimension. Battles against the Demon King. Real magic. Why should relationships be the normal part? Momo found herself chuckling softly. You have a point. Furthermore, Najire continued, her tone becoming more serious, I saw the way he looks at you. There's tenderness there, respect, genuine warmth. He paused. It's the same way he looks at me. Momo felt something tighten in her chest, but it wasn't jealousy. It was understanding. So what exactly are you proposing? I propose. Najire took a deep breath. That neither of us pressure him to choose. That we both remain in his life, supporting him, caring for him. And let feelings develop naturally. What if he eventually chooses one over the other? Then the other one gracefully withdraws. Najire placed her hand on the table. But until then, friends, allies, partners in the terrible task of loving a hero from another world. Momo looked at the outstretched hand. Everything about his aristocratic upbringing told him this was irregular, improper, complicated, but also honest, mature, kind. He took Najire's hand. Allies, she agreed, but we're establishing ground rules. Of course, I'm all ears. First rule, total honesty. If anyone feels this isn't working, we'll communicate it. Agreed. Second rule, their well-being comes first. Their mission is to stop all for one. Our feelings cannot interfere with that. Absolutely. Third rule, Momo hesitated, then continued. No intentional sabotage. Fair competition. Najire smiled broadly. Fair competition. I like it. Although honestly, Momo-chan, you already have the advantage. What? Why? You're his classmate. You see him every day. You even have study sessions. Najire feigned a pout. I have to ambush him on rooftops. Momo found herself genuinely laughing. You have the advantage of surprise. And he smiles more easily around you. You think so? Najire seemed delighted. But I've seen the way he looks at you when you explain complex concepts. He has this look of admiration. They were exchanging observations about Izuku as if they were comparing study notes, and somehow, the tension had completely evaporated. This is strange, Momo observed after a moment. Absolutely, Najire agreed. But does it work? Surprisingly, yes. They exchanged smiles. Genuine, warm, without malice. Then it's decided, Najire declared. Operation Make the Sad Hero Smile is officially underway. That's a terrible name. You're right. Operation Love and Support. Even worse. Operation 2 Girls 1 Wizard. Najire Senpai, por favor. Solo Najire. 1 week later, UA Cultural Festival. The UA campus was transformed. Students from every department had created attractions, food stalls, and presentations. It was an event designed for students to relax and connect with the community after the tensions of Hosu. Class 1A had decided to put on a dance and music performance, with Bakugo surprisingly on the drums and Jiro on the guitar. Izuku had tried to avoid participating, but Momo had insisted. You need this, she had said firmly. A moment of normalcy, please. So there she was, backstage with the rest of her class, wearing a casual outfit that Momo had insisted she wear because, you look good in something other than a school uniform. Nervous? Asked a familiar voice. Najire appeared, wearing a beautiful blue dress that matched her hair. Officially, she was there as a representative of the Big Three, but Izuku suspected ulterior motives. Not nervous, he answered honestly. Just not used to this. Festivals, peace, Najire smiled gently and took his hand, squeezing it. Get used to it, you're going to have a lot of it. From the other side of the room, Momo watched the interaction. Instead of jealousy, she felt warmth. They had talked, they had agreed, and surprisingly, it had become easier. They didn't compete destructively. Instead, they supported each other in the shared goal of making Izuku happy. It was strange, unorthodox, but it worked. Yaoyorozu, Uraraka called, gesturing to her. It's almost our turn. Momo approached, passing by Izuku and Najire. Ready, Midoriya-kun, as ready as I can be. Then trust us. Momo briefly took his other hand. We've got you. Najire noticed the gesture and smiled approvingly at Momo over Izuku's head. Izuku, dense as always regarding romantic dynamics, simply nodded gratefully. The presentation was chaotic but full of joy. Bakugo attacked the drums with his characteristic aggression. Jiro sang with a surprisingly beautiful voice. Mina led the dance choreography with infectious enthusiasm. And Izuku, guided by Momo and encouraged by Najire from the audience, actually danced. Not perfectly, not outstandingly, but genuinely. And when the presentation ended and the audience applauded, something inside him felt light. You did it. Najire practically attacked him after he stepped off the stage. You actually danced. And you smiled. It was nice, admitted Izuku, genuinely surprised. Momo approached, smiling too. See, normal life isn't so terrible. Maybe not. Uraraka, watching the three of them, smiled to herself. She had noticed how Momo and Najire had been acting lately, coordinated, comfortable with each other, both orbiting Izuku without any obvious conflict. Whatever they had agreed upon, it seemed to be working. Later that night, the three of them ended up on the roof of UA, it seemed to be becoming their home. Izuku in the middle, Momo to his left, Najire to his right. Watching fireworks that the support students had prepared. This is nice, Najire murmured, leaning back against Izuku's shoulder without thinking. Izuku tensed briefly, then relaxed. Momo noticed and took his hand, a small anchor of comfort. Thank you, Izuku said calmly. Why? Both girls asked simultaneously, then they laughed. For this. For making me feel. He searched for words he hadn't used in centuries. Human again. You've always been human, Momo said gently. You just needed to be reminded of that. Besides, Najire added cheerfully, it's our pleasure. To make our favorite otherworldly hero happy. Ours, Izuku repeated, processing. You too, are you okay with this? With whatever this is. Momo and Najire exchanged glances over their heads. We're figuring it out, Momo said honestly. Together, Najire added. But yes, Momo continued. I'm okay with this. Me too, Najire agreed. You. Izuku thought about his answer carefully. He thought about Momo, elegant, brilliant, who anchored him when he got lost in war memories. He thought about Najire, radiant, perceptive, who made him laugh when he forgot how. He thought about how they both saw him not as a weapon but as a person. How both of them had fully accepted it despite knowing the truth. I'm okay with this, she finally answered. I don't know where it's leading. I don't know if I know how to love you both, properly. But, he squeezed Momo's hand. He leaned back slightly against Najire. But I want to try. The silence that followed was warm, comfortable, full of promise rather than pressure. The fireworks continued to explode above them, painting the sky with bright colors. And for the first time in countless lifetimes, Izuku Midoriya felt at peace. In the shadows, lair of the League of Villains. Shigaraki watched images of the festival on multiple screens, scratching his neck furiously. He's there, playing the student. Pretending to be normal. Leave him alone, came all for one's voice from the shadows. Let him enjoy his temporary peace. Let him form attachments. Because, Tamura, AFO chuckled softly, when we finally attack, when we take everything he loves. Their desperation will be delicious. Shigaraki smiled behind his hand. When? Soon. Very soon. But first, let's let him believe he can have both. War and peace. Mission and love. Duty and happiness. AFO's laughter filled the lair. Then we will show him that in this world, as in all worlds, you can't have both. Relationship with Yaoyorozu Momo, DEEPERING, relationship with Najire Hado. DEEPERING, triangular situation. STABLE, for now, momentary happiness. Achieved. Warning. All for one accelerating plans, time until next major event. Unknown, enjoy the calm, it won't last. 2 weeks after the cultural festival, things had fallen into a strangely comfortable rhythm. During the day, Izuku was just another UA student. He attended classes, trained with his classmates, and participated in simulation exercises. Aizawa observed him constantly, but with less suspicion and more professional curiosity. Nezu occasionally summoned him for consultations, actually, strategy sessions about All for One. And then there were Momo and Najire. The agreement between them had evolved into something unique. It wasn't exactly polyamorous. None of the three had used that label. But it wasn't a simple, traditional love triangle either. It was complicated, fluid, and surprisingly functional. Momo helped him with homework, shared lunch, and talked about heroic strategy and philosophy. Her presence was an anchor, constant, reliable, and intellectually stimulating. Najire would appear unexpectedly, sweeping him into spontaneous adventures, making him laugh with absurd questions, reminding him that life could be joyful. Her presence was light, bright, warm, impossible to ignore. And both, in different ways, made him feel less alone. But the nights were different. At night, Izuku still patrolled. He still tracked All for One. And he still had nightmares. 3:47 a.m., Izuku's apartment. The battlefield was ablaze. Bodies everywhere. Fallen comrades. Friends turned into statistics. Retreat. Izuku shouted, his voice hoarse from hours of command. Everyone retreat now. But it was too late. All for One towered above the field, a dark god of stolen power, and with a single gesture. Reality was tearing apart. 1,000 voices screaming. 1,000 lives extinguished. And he could do nothing except watch. Chosen hero. AFO mocked. What good is your power if you can't save anyone? The world was turning red. And then he saw their faces. Momo, Najire, Uraraka, Iida, Totala Class 1A. Fallen. Broken. Dead from their failure. No. Izuku woke up screaming. Sweat soaked her sheets. Her heart pounded frantically. Her hands trembled as she held her head, trying to separate nightmare from memory. Analysis. Recurring nightmare detected. Psychological trauma. War PTSD. Recommendation. Therapeutic intervention. He ignored the notifications on his system and walked to the window. Musudafu slept peacefully under the city lights. So different from the burning battlefields of his dreams. But the peace felt fragile. Temporary. Because he knew All for One was out there. Waiting. Planning. And eventually, this peace would be broken. Her phone vibrated. Mensaheda. Yaoyorozu Momo 3:52 a.m. Are you awake? I saw your location active on the US security app. Izuku looked at the message, surprised. Momo wakes up at 4 a.m. Answer, yes. Why are you awake? Type, I couldn't sleep. Do you want some company? I can be there in 15 minutes. Izuku hesitated. He didn't want to worry her. But honestly, the idea of not being alone sounded good. Answer, if it's not too much trouble. Type, it never is. Make tea. 17 minutes later, Momo knocked on his door. When Izuku opened the door, she was standing there in casual clothes, sweatpants and a UA hoodie, with her hair down instead of her usual ponytail. She looked younger like that. More vulnerable. Hello. He greeted gently. Hello. Come in. They sat in the small living room with hot tea between them. For a moment, neither of them spoke. Nightmares. Momo finally asked. Izuku nodded. How did you know? Because you have that look. The one that appears when memories weigh too heavily. He took a sip of tea. My grandfather, the retired hero, used to have the same look after difficult nights. War PTSD, Izuku said calmly. It's common for long-term veterans. Do you want to talk about it? It's not pleasant. I didn't expect it to be. Izuku considered it, then decided that Momo deserved honesty. I dream of battles I lost. Comrades who died under my command. Every face, every name. I remember them all. Her voice cracked slightly. And now, in my dreams, I see my new class. You, Najire, the others, falling in the same way. And I wake up terrified that my failure will be repeated here. Momo placed her tea aside and moved to the sofa next to him, taking his hand. Izuku, she said softly, the first time she'd used his first name. You won't fail. Not this time. You can't know that. Maybe not. But I know this. You're not alone. In your original world, you carried all that responsibility alone, didn't you? Izuku nodded. It's different here. You have All Might, Nezu, the teachers. You have your classmates. He squeezed her hand. You have Nejire and me. We won't let you face this alone. If All for One attacks seriously, all of you could die. You're not strong enough to. Then make them stronger, Momo interrupted. Train us. Teach us what you know. Instead of carrying the whole burden yourself, share it. Izuku looked at her. Do you want me to train Class 1A in real warfare tactics? Yes, because if All for One is as dangerous as you say, he'll eventually come for all of us anyway. Momo glared at him with fierce determination. At least let us fight alongside you with proper preparation. Izuku processed that. She was right. Keeping them ignorant wouldn't protect them. That will put them in danger. We're already in danger just by being near you. Momo smiled slightly. At least give me credit for choosing this with my eyes open. Despite the heaviness, Izuku felt a small smile forming. You're stubborn. I prefer the term, determined. Momo rested her head on his shoulder. Will you promise to consider my suggestion? I promise. They remained like that as the sky gradually cleared with the dawn. And for the first time after a nightmare, Izuku felt at peace again. 2 days later, UA. Training camp. Izuku had spoken with Aizawa and Nezu about Momo's suggestion. Surprisingly, they had both agreed. Your methods will be brutal, Aizawa had warned. But after Hosu, it's clear we need more serious preparation. Then there was the entire Class 1A, staring at Izuku standing in front of them on the training field with an unusually serious expression. Starting today, he announced, I will be leading additional training sessions. They are completely optional, but I warn you, they will be difficult. How difficult are they? Kirishima asked. They will learn to fight as if their lives depended on it. Because eventually, they will. Bakugo grinned. Finally, some real action. This isn't a game, Bakugo-kun, Izuku said coldly. You'll see unpleasant things. You'll learn to make impossible choices. Some of you will break before you get better. He looked at each student. If they're not ready for that, they can leave now. No shame. Nobody moved. Momo gave her a small, encouraging smile. Nejire, watching from a distance with the big three, gave her a thumbs up. Very well then, Izuku said. Let's begin now. Momo, in front. Momo took a step forward. Your role will be tactical coordination. You'll create teams, manage resources, and make decisions under pressure. Izuku gestured, and training circles appeared, minor magical illusions. Divide the class into 3 squads. You have 30 seconds. Momo immediately began evaluating, assigning roles based on strengths. Todoroki, Bakugo, you lead the assault squads. Uraraka, rescue and mobility. Tokiyami, field control. In exactly 30 seconds, I had 3 balanced squadrons. Izuku nodded approvingly. Good. Now, Squad 1, your objective is to capture that building while I defend. Squad 2, evacuate the civilians, those mannequins, under fire. Squad 3, provide cover for both of you. You alone against all of us. Todoroki asked. Yeah, that's not fair, Kaminari protested. War isn't fair. Izuku walked toward the field. Begin at my signal. He raised his hand. Now, what followed was a lesson in humility. Izuku moved through the 3 squads like a ghost. He didn't use offensive magic, only basic body enhancement and superior tactics. Todoroki tried to freeze him. Izuku was already behind him, gently pushing him out of the area. Bakugo fired explosions. Izuku dodged them with minimal adjustments, then disarmed the boy in 3 moves. Momo created shields. Izuku found the structural weak points instantly. In 5 minutes, the entire class was neutralized. Again, Izuku ordered, Momo, adjust the strategy based on what you observed. They trained for 3 hours. By the time they finished, everyone was exhausted but had learned more about tactical combat than in months of regular classes. Good work, Izuku finally said. Tomorrow we start advanced team tactics. As the students dispersed, Bakugo stayed behind. Hey, Deku. Izuku turned around. Yes, that level of skill, that experience. Bakugo looked directly at him. It's not normal, not even remotely. I know. Will you ever tell me the truth? Izuku considered. Someday. When you're ready to listen to her. Bakugo grunted but nodded. Okay, but when that day comes, don't hold back my shit. I won't do it. They exchanged nods. Mutual understanding of warriors, if not exactly friendship. That afternoon, UA. Roof. Izuku found Nejire waiting for him in their usual place. I saw the training, she said excitedly. You were amazing. Like a real general. I was just sharing my experience. Nejire looked at him knowingly. Momo convinced you of this, didn't she? How did you know? Because I know you. You'd never ask for help or willingly share the burden. Nejire took his hand. But she's good at pushing you out of your comfort zone. You too. Nejire blushed slightly. Was that a compliment? From the serious Midoriya Izuku. It was an observation, which is also a compliment. She laughed, then became serious. Hey, I want to ask you something. That, next winter break, do you want to do anything? The three of us, you, Momo-chan, and me. Nejire played with her hair. Nothing big, just time together outside of UA. Outside of training and missions. Izuku hesitated. Is that wise? With All for One. All for One won't disappear if you take a day off, Nejire interrupted gently. And honestly, you need breaks. Before you burn out completely. He was right. Izuku knew it. Okay. He agreed. What did you have in mind? Nejire's eyes lit up. Leave it to me. It'll be perfect. As the sun set, Nejire rested her head against Izuku's shoulder, just as Momo had done days before. Thank you, he murmured. Thank you for letting us in. I know it's difficult for you. Izuku gazed at the orange sky. You two make it easier. Well, get used to it. Nejire smiled. We're not going anywhere. And while they stood there, Izuku felt hope. Not just a victory against All for One, but hope for something later. From a future where he wasn't alone. Where he had people who loved him not for his power but for who he was. Where perhaps, finally, he could rest. Class 1A training. Started relationships. Deepening mental health. Gradually improving time until winter break, 3 weeks. Warning. All for One remains inactive. Too inactive. Something is being prepared. 3 weeks later, winter had arrived in Musudafu, covering the city with a thin layer of snow that made everything seem cleaner, purer. The streets sparkled under Christmas lights, and UA students chatted excitedly about the upcoming holidays. For Izuku, it was disconcerting. In their original world, winter had meant harder battles. Soldiers dying from the cold as well as their wounds. Scarce supplies. The gray sky reflecting the hopelessness of endless campaigns. Here, winter meant hot chocolate, light festivals, and students making snowmen on campus. She was nice. Alien, but nice. Midoriya-kun. Momo approached down the hall, carrying an elegantly wrapped box. Behind her, several other students were also carrying packages, Christmas exchange gifts that the class had organized. Yaoyorozu-san, saludo Izuku. Momo, she corrected gently, as she had been doing for weeks. I told you that you can call me Momo. Momo-san, then, she sighed but smiled. Progress. Anyway, this is for you. He handed her the box. Izuku took it carefully, surprised by its weight. What is it? Open it in private, Momo said, blushing slightly. It's personal. Before Izuku could respond, a gust of wind accompanied Nejire's arrival, who literally flew down the corridor until she stopped in front of them. Momo-chan. Midoriya-kun. Perfect timing. Nejire bounced with barely contained excitement. I have our plans for tomorrow completely organized. Tomorrow? Izuku asked. Our vacation. Did you forget? Nejire pouted dramatically. I didn't forget. I just didn't expect it to be so soon. The holidays start tomorrow, Momo pointed out. And Nejire-senpai has been planning this meticulously. That's right. We have reservations and everything. Nejire pulled out her phone, showing a detailed itinerary she had created. Winter festival in the morning, Lunch at that restaurant Momo-chan likes, ice skating in the afternoon. I don't know how to skate, Izuku interrupted. Exactly. We'll teach you. It'll be adorable watching you wobble. Nejire practically glowed. And then dinner with a view of the city lights. Izuku looked at Momo, who nodded with a smile. I've already arranged everything with my family. I have the day off. Me too, Nejire added. Then you're stuck with us, Midoriya-kun. Analysis. Planned social event, threat level. None, recommendation. Allow normal experience, note. Your system thinks you need this. Izuku almost smiled at the note from his own system. Okay. He agreed. Tomorrow then. Nejire squealed with joy and hugged Momo, who blushed but also seemed pleased. Izuku watched them. These two very different girls who had somehow decided that he was worth their time and affection, and felt something warm expand in his chest. Perhaps this was what he had been fighting to protect all those centuries. Not just abstract peace, but moments like this. That night, Izuku's apartment. Izuku opened Momo's gift in the privacy of his small apartment. There were two things inside. First, a beautifully bound book entitled, Modern Heroic Philosophy, Ethics in Times of Peace. On the first page, Momo had written in her elegant handwriting. To Izuku, because you have known war for so long. Perhaps it is time to learn about peace. With love, Momo. Izuku spoke the words softly, something tightening in his throat. The second item was a scarf. Handmade, carefully knitted, in a dark green that matched her hair. It had clearly taken hours to create. There was a small note attached. I noticed you don't have proper winter clothing. Winter here can be cold, but not as cold as the battlefields you've been to. I hope this helps keep you warm. Izuku wrapped the scarf around his neck. It was soft, warm, and it smelled faintly of green tea, probably from the environment where Momo had worked on it. She sat in silence, processing emotions she didn't know how to name. When was the last time someone had given him a gift? Not as an offering to the chosen hero, but as a personal gesture from someone who cared. I couldn't remember. Her phone vibrated. Message from Nejire Hado, don't forget to dress warmly tomorrow. It's cold outside and I don't want my favorite hero to freeze. Message from Yaoyorozu Momo, I hope you liked the gift. See you tomorrow at 10 a.m. at the station. Sleep well, Izuku. Izuku wrote simple but sincere replies to both, then lay back on his bed, his scarf still around his neck. For the first time in countless years, he fell asleep without nightmares. He dreamed of gently falling snow, of laughter, of two girls who looked at him with genuine affection, and with a future that perhaps, just perhaps, did not involve war. The next day, Musudafu Winter Festival. I can't believe you've never seen winter fireworks. Nejire dragged Izuku through the festival crowd, her hand firmly gripping his. Momo walked beside them, smiling at the older girl's enthusiasm. The festival was a sensory assault. Food stalls selling takoyaki, yakisoba, and roasted chestnuts. Children running around with sparklers. Couples walking hand in hand under paper lanterns. It was overwhelmingly normal. In my world, festivals were rare, Izuku explained as Nejire dragged him toward a cotton candy stand. We usually celebrated military victories, not seasons. That sounds sad, Nejire said, then immediately ordered 3 cotton candies, pink for herself, blue for Momo, and green for Izuku. But we celebrate everything here. Seasons, festivals, random days we decide are special. It's one of the things that makes peace beautiful, Momo added, delicately taking her cotton candy. The freedom to celebrate small things. Izuku tasted the cotton candy. It was incredibly sweet, melting on his tongue. Do you like it? Nejire asked hopefully. It's interesting. That's a yes, from Midoriya-kun. Nejire laughed. Momo-chan, we're civilizing him. Nejire-senpai. He was already civilized, Momo protested, but she was smiling. Just differently civilized. As they walked, Izuku noticed the stares. Several people recognized Nejire. She was one of UA's big 3, after all. Some recognized Momo from her prominent family, and a few recognized him from the sports festival. But more than that, he noticed the looks they received as a group. A guy with 2 beautiful girls, both clearly comfortable with him, both obviously affectionate. It was strange to be the object of envy instead of fear or reverence. Oh, look at that. Najire pointed to a festival game, the kind where you throw rings to win prizes. Midoriya-kun, win something for us. Najire-senpai, those games are rigged, Momo began. It doesn't matter. It'll be fun. Izuku found himself at the gaming booth, staring at the bottles arranged in impossibly tight rows. The booth operator, an older man with a sly smile, handed him 5 rings. 3 throws for 500 yen, he said. Make 3, choose any prize from the top row. Izuku assessed the setup. He calculated angles, hoop weight, wind resistance. Analysis. Game settings. Success probability average civilian, 3.2%, success probability with your skills, 100%, warning. Don't show too much skill. He launched the first hoop with perfect but controlled precision. He made it. The stall operator blinked, surprised. Second hoop. He made a basket. The small crowd that had gathered murmured in awe. Third hoop. He made it. Impossible. The station operator stared, wide-eyed. Nobody does 3 in a row. Momo and Najire were applauding. Najire was practically jumping for joy. I told you I could do it, Momo-chan. I never doubted it, Momo replied, but her eyes shone with pride. Izuku selected 2 plushies from the top row, a black cat for Momo, a blue rabbit for Najire. When he handed them over, both girls blushed. It's perfect, whispered Momo, hugging the stuffed cat. I'll name him Midoriya Jr. Najire declared, holding the rabbit. Please, do not do that. Too late, it's already decided. As they walked away from the stall, Momo discreetly took Izuku's hand. Najire, noticing this, shamelessly took his other hand. And so they walked through the festival, 3 people connected by complicated but genuine affection, as the snow began to fall softly. Ice skating rink, afternoon. This is a mistake, Izuku declared, looking at the ice rink with something close to apprehension. He had faced dragons. He had conquered floating fortresses. He had survived apocalyptic wars. But ice skating, let's go. Najire was already on skates, gliding backward effortlessly. It's fun. And Momo-chan and I will help you. Momo, now also on skates, extended her hand gracefully. Trust us. Izuku resignedly put on his skates and allowed both girls to guide him onto the ice. What followed was simultaneously humiliating and enjoyable. Izuku, who could move at supersonic speeds, stumbled on ice like a newborn fawn. Bend your knees, Momo instructed, holding him steady. Don't look at your feet. Najire added from her other side. This violates every law of balance that I understand, Izuku muttered, staggering again. Both girls laughed. Not cruelly, but with genuine affection. Slowly, with patience, Izuku began to find his rhythm. His superhuman body control finally kicked in, and soon he was skating clumsily but effectively. You're doing it, Najire encouraged. Impressive progress, Momo agreed. Then Najire, because she was Najire, decided to let go of his hand and skate backwards in front of him. Now try it on your own. Izuku hesitated, then found his rhythm. It was strange, but he could do it. Until a little boy unexpectedly crossed his path. Izuku instinctively dodged. Too fast, too abruptly, and completely lost his balance. He fell backwards. Momo caught him, but the momentum sent them both falling. They landed in a tangle of limbs, Momo underneath, Izuku on top of her, their faces inches apart. They froze. Momo's dark eyes were wide open, her face completely red. Izuku could feel his heart pounding against his chest. I'm sorry, he began. No. It's okay, Momo whispered. They looked at each other. The noise from the rest of the skating rink faded away. And for a moment, there were only the 2 of them. Then Najire appeared above them, smiling mischievously. Ah, how cute. They should stay like that, I'll take a picture. The bubble burst. Izuku quickly stood up, helping Momo to her feet. They both avoided eye contact. Najire laughed, clearly without regrets for interrupting the moment. But as they skated further, Izuku noticed that Momo was holding his hand a little tighter. And when Najire eventually took her other side, she leaned closer. Both silently claiming their space beside him. And surprisingly, Izuku discovered that it didn't bother him. Restaurant with a view, sunset. Dinner was at an elegant restaurant on the top floor with panoramic views of Musudafu. The city lights stretched to the horizon, twinkling like earthly stars. Momo had reserved a private table, probably using family influence, which gave them privacy while they enjoyed the view. "This is beautiful," Izuku said honestly, looking at the city. "It is," Momo agreed. "But it's even better shared." Najire raised her glass of water. A toast to new friends, old secrets, and futures we're still discovering. The three of them clinked glasses. As they ate, the conversation flowed naturally. Najire told scandalous stories about other third-year students. Momo shared anecdotes about her aristocratic upbringing. Izuku, when pressed, shared carefully edited memories of his world, focusing on the lighter moments rather than the horrors. "Wait," Najire said at one point, "you had a partner who literally ate magic." "Yes, he could consume spells cast against him and convert them into energy." "That sounds like Tamaki-kun's quirk. He eats things and manifests their properties." "Similar, yes. What happened to him?" Momo asked gently. "To your friend." Izuku's expression darkened slightly. "He fell during the Battle of the Crimson Cliffs. He saved 20 soldiers by absorbing a magical blast that would have killed our entire squad." Silence fell over the table. "I'm sorry," Momo said. "They all deserved better," Izuku replied calmly. "That's why I can't fail here. Their sacrifices need to mean something." Najire reached across the table, taking his hand. "And you won't fail. Because this time, you're not alone." Momo took her other hand. "You have us. And all of UA. And when the time comes to face all for one, we'll be with you," Najire finished. "No matter what." Izuku gazed at their hands intertwined with his own. Two girls, both determined, both powerful in their own way, both stubbornly loyal. "They don't deserve this," he said calmly. "They don't deserve to be dragged into my war." "Maybe not," Momo agreed. "But we chose her anyway. Besides," Najire added with a mischievous smile, "since when do people get what they deserve? Sometimes you only get what you insist on taking." Despite the heaviness, Izuku found himself smiling. "Both are impossible." "Correction." Najire raised a finger. "We are wonderfully impossible." As the sun finally set completely, painting the sky in shades of purple and gold, the three of them remained seated together. Not talking, not planning, just existing, at peace, together. And for the first time since he came into this world, Izuku allowed a thought to fully form. "Maybe I can have this. Maybe I can have war and peace. Duty and happiness. Mission and love. Maybe I don't have to choose. All for one's lair." Same night. Shigaraki Tamura watched screens displaying security camera feeds from the festival, specifically those tracking Izuku Midoriya. "Teacher. He's dating. With girls. Like a normal student." "Yes," came all for one's voice, soft and full of dark amusement. "He's letting his guard down. Forming attachments. Believing he can have both worlds. Should I attack now?" "No." AFO leaned back in his chair, his many gifts pulsing beneath his skin. "Let him enjoy his temporary happiness. Let him believe he won. Because, Tamura." AFO smiled, though no one could see him in the darkness. "Despair is much sweeter when it comes after hope. Pain is sharper when you have seen happiness." He stood up, walking toward a large capsule in the shadows. Inside, something was moving. Something terrible. "Our gift for the chosen hero is almost complete. A Nomu specifically designed to exploit his weaknesses." "Weaknesses? Does he have those?" "Everything has weaknesses, Tamura. Even gods." AFO touched the capsule's glass. "And yours is simple. You worry too much. You love too much. You protect too much. So we attack the girls." "Not directly. That would be expected." AFO turned, his eyes gleaming in the darkness. "Instead, we'll create a situation where he must choose. Save them, or save hundreds of innocent civilians. And when I choose, no matter what he chooses, he'll lose." AFO laughed. "If he saves the girls, hundreds die and his heroism is tarnished. If he saves the civilians, he loses the ones he loves. Either way, it breaks." "Exactly." Shigaraki smiled behind his hand. "When?" "Soon. Very soon." AFO looked at the screens showing Izuku laughing with Momo and Najire. "Let him have this moment. These happy memories, they'll make their fall much more delicious. The capsule pulsed. Inside, eyes opened. Too many eyes, in places where eyes shouldn't be. The special Nomu was almost complete. And when he was freed, the peace that Izuku had found would be shattered. Irrevocably. Winter holiday. Day 1 complete emotional state. Optimistic relationships. Strengthened happiness achieved. Temporary. Warning. All for one accelerating final preparations imminent threat. Critical level time until disaster. Unknown. Enjoy the calm because the storm is coming and when it arrives, nothing will be the same. 2 weeks after the winter holidays. Happiness, Izuku had learned, was a dangerous luxury for a soldier. Because it made you forget. It made you lower your guard. It made you believe, even if only for a moment, that perhaps the war was over. But Izuku knew better. Sitting in his apartment at 3 a.m., surrounded by holographic maps projected by his system, he analyzed patterns that deeply disturbed him. Criminal Activity Analysis 14 days League of Villain Attacks. 0 Nomu sightings. 0 all-for-one movements. Not detected conclusion. Unnatural calm warning. This is deliberate. All-for-one was too still. In his original dimension, he had learned to recognize this pattern. The Demon King always fell silent before major offensives. He withdrew his forces. He consolidated power. He plotted something devastating. And then he would strike when no one expected it. Not this time, Izuku muttered, tracing potential evacuation routes on the map of Musudafu. This time I'll be ready. Her phone vibrated. Mensaheda. Yaoyorozu Momo 3:17 a.m. Are I awake again? I can see you from my window. Your light is on. Izuku blinked and looked toward the window. Sure enough, from a certain angle, the Yaoyorozu family's residential building offered a partial view of his apartment. Answer, strategy work. Why are you awake? Type, because I get worried when you work all night. Can I come over? Answer, it's late. Type, I'm on my way. Make some tea. Izuku sighed, but couldn't help but smile slightly as he put away the more sensitive maps and put water on to boil. 15 minutes later, Momo entered her apartment with a bag that smelled deliciously of freshly baked pastries. I brought muffins, she announced, placing them on the table. Baking them helps me think. At 3 a.m., our family chef is used to my odd hours. Momo sat elegantly, but her eyes immediately scanned the partially visible maps. What have you found? Izuku considered hiding it, then remembered his promise not to carry everything alone. All for one is too still. Too much silence after Hosu. It's a pattern I recognize. Are you preparing something? Something big. Izuku reactivated the holograms, displaying criminal pattern analysis. In my world, I used these lulls to consolidate resources, create specialized weapons, and identify weaknesses in enemy defenses. Momo studied the data with analytical intensity. So what do we do? I'm preparing countermeasures. We're preparing countermeasures, Momo corrected firmly. You said you'd let me help. That you'd train the class. And I have done it. Basic training, yes. But this. Momo touched the holograms. This is strategic level planning. Let me help properly, Izuku. The use of his first name without honorifics still slightly surprised him. It will be dangerous. Not just training. Real war planning. Good. Momo pulled out her own tablet, already filled with notes. Because I've been doing research. About All for One. About Nomus. About all the League of Villains, attacks since their formation. He slid the tablet toward him. The notes were meticulous, detailed, impressively comprehensive. You've been investigating this for weeks, Izuku observed. Ever since you told me the truth. Momo looked directly at him. I'm not going to stand idly by while you fight alone. If All for One comes, I want to be ready. I want you toilets be prepared. Izuku studied her. This bright and determined girl who refused to be protected, who insisted on being by his side no matter the danger. Okay, he finally said. Tomorrow we begin advanced training. Full military level. Momo's eyes lit up. What do you need me to do? I need you to become my second in command. Field strategist. When the battle comes, and it will, I'll need someone coordinating while I face All for One directly. Are you putting me in charge of tactical operations? You have the intellect, the perfect gift for logistical support, and the charisma to make others follow you. Izuku leaned forward. But understand, it will be brutal. I'll put you in simulations where comrades die. Where you have to choose who lives and who dies. Where, I'll do it, Momo interrupted without hesitation. Whatever it takes. They looked at each other across the table, tea cooling between them, the weight of what was hanging in the air. Then Momo extended his hand. Comrades, strategists, allies against the darkness. Izuku took her hand. Until the end. The next day, UA. Training camp. The entire Class 1A was gathered, along with a few select students from other classes. Nejire and the other two big boys watched from the stands. Izuku stopped in front of them, Momo to his right. Starting today, he announced in a voice that resonated with the authority of a commander, the training changes. It will no longer be simulation. It will be preparation for real war. Nervous murmurs ran through the group. All for one exists, Izuku continued. He's real, he's powerful, and he'll eventually attack on a massive scale. When he does, every one of you will be a target. Bakugo snorted. So what? We'll take care of any bastard who comes. They won't. Not without proper preparation. Izuku gestured, and his system projected a massive holographic image of Hosu's Nomu. This creature required multiple top pro heroes to defeat. All for one has dozens of these. And worse. Silence fell. So, what do we do? Todoroki asked calmly. If they're so powerful, we outmaneuver them in strategy. In coordination. In being willing to do whatever it takes to protect those who can't protect themselves. Izuku looked at each student. Yaoyorozu-san will be field commander. All led from the front. But all of you need to become capable soldiers. Soldiers. Uraraka sounded uncertain. Not heroes. Heroes are for times of peace, Izuku replied brutally. When all for one attacks, it will be war. And in war, you need soldiers who can make difficult decisions without hesitation. Momo stepped forward. I've prepared squad assignments based on synergy of personal gifts and strengths. Alpha Squad. Direct Assault. Beta Squad. Rescue and Evacuation. Gamma Squad. Support and Suppression. He began assigning students with an efficiency that would have made a military general proud. From the stands, Nejire watched with a complex expression. They're really doing this, he murmured to Mirio. Preparing for war. Midoriya knows something we don't, Mirio replied seriously. And if he's so worried, then we all should be, Tamaki finished nervously. Nejire stood up. I'll join. That, if Midoriya-kun is preparing for battle, then I need to prepare too. Her eyes shone with determination. I won't fall behind. He flew towards the field, landing next to Izuku with his characteristic confidence. Count me in too. Izuku Lamiro. Nejire-san. Only Nejire. And don't argue. She smiled, but there was steel behind it. I'm one of the big three. If there's a war coming, I'll definitely be in it. I prefer to be prepared. Momo nodded approvingly. Nejire-senpai would have significant strategic value. High mobility, ranged firepower, combat experience. Besides, Nejire added, casually taking Izuku's hand, you said you wouldn't be alone this time. That means accepting help when it's offered. Izuku looked between the two. Momo with her quiet determination, Nejire with her fierce joy, and felt something in his chest loosen slightly. Okay. Both will join the central command. Nejire squealed and hugged Momo, who blushed but returned the hug. This will be amazing. The Commando Trio. That's a terrible name, muttered Momo. Absolutely terrible, Nejire agreed cheerfully. Despite the gravity of the situation, Izuku felt a smile tugging at his lips. These two. Impossible, stubborn, wonderful. The following weeks were intense. Izuku didn't hold back. He ran brutal simulations where students died, and had to watch the rest of the scenario from the sidelines. He created impossible dilemmas where Momo had to choose which squad to save and which to sacrifice. Some students broke down. They cried. They questioned whether they could do this. But they all returned the next day. Bakugo became terrifyingly efficient at leading assaults. Todoroki learned to combine fire and ice simultaneously with devastating precision. Uraraka developed high-speed rescue techniques that saved simulated civilians in seconds. And Momo blossomed. Under Izuku's tutelage, he transformed from a brilliant student into a formidable commander. He made split-second decisions. He coordinated 3 squads simultaneously. He maintained his composure even when simulations showed massive casualties. Impressive, Izuku said after a particularly brutal simulation where Momo had saved 73% of the civilians, a record for that scenario. Momo, covered in sweat and trembling slightly from emotional exhaustion, smiled weakly. I had a good teacher. You had natural talent. I just refined it. Nejire watched them from a command monitor, smiling as she saw them interact. Then she noticed something that made her smile fade. At the edge of the simulation screen, an anomaly. A glitch that shouldn't be there. Midoriya-kun, he called through the communicator. Do you see that? Izuku immediately focused where she was pointing. His eyes narrowed. Anomaly detected type. External interference origin. Unknown warning. Someone is watching. Everyone stop, Izuku ordered sharply. We're done for today. The students, confused but obedient after weeks of training, immediately dispersed. Once they were alone, Izuku, Momo, and Nejire gathered around the monitor. Someone hacked our training system, Momo said, her fingers flying over controls as she analyzed the code. Sophisticated. I barely noticed it. How long were they watching? Nejire asked. At least 3 sessions, Izuku's system replied. Possibly more. A heavy silence fell upon them. All for one, Momo whispered. He's been watching our training sessions. Learning our tactics. Which means he knows we're preparing, Nejire added. And if he knows that, it will accelerate their timeline, Izuku finished, his expression darkening. The attack will come soon. Sooner than I expected. He touched his primordial ring, feeling its warning pulse. Critical alert, all for one activity. Peak detected location. Unknown, but close, very close. Izuku closed his eyes. Everyone returns to the dormitories. No one goes out alone. Activate all security protocols. Izuku. Momo's voice trembled slightly. How bad is it going to be? He looked at her and Nejire, these 2 girls who had chosen to stay by his side knowing the danger. Bad, he answered honestly. Possibly the greatest battle this world has ever seen. And what about us? Nejire asked. Will we be ready? Izuku thought about the weeks of training. About how Class 1A had transformed from students into capable soldiers. About how Momo had blossomed as a strategist. About how Nejire had perfected her aerial combat techniques. As ready as we can be, he finally said. The rest will depend on when he attacks and what he brings. They stood together in silence, staring at the hacked screen. Somewhere, All for One was watching them. Waiting, planning, preparing his final blow. And when he came, nothing would ever be the same again. All for One's lair. Same night. Interesting, AFO murmured, watching recordings of Izuku's training sessions. Very interesting. Shigaraki was beside him, scratching his neck. He's training them well. Too well. Yes. Which means we must attack before they're fully prepared. AFO turned toward the massive capsule. How much longer? 3 days, replied a masked doctor from the shadows. The special Nomu will be completely stable in 3 days. Perfect. AFO smiled. Then in 3 days, we'll show the chosen hero that in this world, their power is not enough. Their preparation is not sufficient. His love, it's definitely not enough. The capsule pulsed, something monstrous moving inside. And the clock began its countdown. Towards war. Towards despair. Towards the moment when Izuku Midoriya would have to choose between everything he loved and all those he had sworn to protect. Training. Completed Class 1A. Transformed Central Command Set. Midoriya Yaoyorozu Hado Preparation. Maximum but. All for One. Ready Special Nomu. 99% complete Imminent Attack. 72 hours the storm is coming and it will bring devastation. 72 hours later, the sky over Musudafu was a perfectly clear blue when everything began to fall apart. Izuku felt it first, a familiar dimensional pull, like an old scar reopening. He was in hero history class when his system exploded with alerts. Maximum critical alert, dimensional disturbance detected, scale. Catastrophic location. Multiple simultaneous points. This is not a drill eradication protocol. Automatically activated. He stood up abruptly, his chair clattering backward. Midoriya-kun, Midnight, who was teaching, looked at him confused. Izuku didn't respond. His eyes glowed with emerald light as his system processed data at superhuman speed. Real-time analysis Portal 1. Commercial District 3 NOMUS Portal 2. Central Station 5 NOMUS Portal 3. Shizuoka Hospital 2 NOMUS Portal 4. KETSUBUTSU Elementary School 7 NOMUS Portal 5. Portal 6. Total. 23 portals total. 47 NOMUS Civilians in immediate danger. 12,847. No, he whispered, horror washing over him like an icy wave. This was worse, much worse, than I had anticipated. Emergency sirens began to wail throughout Musudafu. Then in neighboring cities. Then nationwide. The classroom screen switched to emergency news, showing absolute chaos erupting simultaneously across Japan. This is a national emergency. The reporter shouted, his voice cracking with panic. Monstrous creatures are attacking simultaneously in 23 locations. All pro-heroes are being mobilized. Civilians, seek shelter immediately. The class erupted in chaos. Students shouted questions, some tried to call their families, others froze in shock. Momo stood up immediately, her eyes meeting Izuku's across the classroom. She had been waiting for this. Training for this. Midoriya-kun, she said firmly over the noise. Orders. His voice cut through the panic. Other students fell silent, turning toward Izuku. Because even though he was officially just another student, everyone knew the truth on some level. When the real threat came, he was the one who had been preparing them. Izuku closed his eyes briefly, his mind processing strategy at battle speed. Tactical analysis available professional heroes. 2,347 needed to contain 47 NOMUS. 3,500 deficit. Critical without intervention. Estimated casualties in the tens of thousands. Conclusion. You must ACT now. She opened her eyes, now shining brightly with pent-up power. Yaoyorozu-san, activate Protocol Omega. Assemble Alpha, Beta, and Gamma squads at the training grounds in exactly 2 minutes. Momo nodded curtly and began sending group messages at blinding speed. Todoroki-kun, Bakugo-kun, Iida-kun, and Yaoyorozu-san. You lead the squads. The 3 of them stood up immediately. Wait, Midnight blocked the door. You can't just leave. There are protocols. Evacuation first, then. Midnight-sensei. Izuku's voice was calm but held a sharp edge he'd never used with teachers before. With all due respect, there's no time for protocol. In exactly 4.7 minutes, the nearest Nomu will breach the defenses of the Ward 7 shelter. 347 civilians will die. Midnight blinked. How could you possibly know? Because I've seen this pattern before. Izuku walked toward her, and for the first time, she saw the full truth in his eyes. This isn't a random attack. It's all for one executing a strategy he's perfected across dimensions. And unless we act now, tens of thousands will die while we wait for proper help to arrive. They looked at each other. Teacher and student. Then Midnight stepped aside. Go. But Midoriya-kun, her voice softened. Bring them all back alive. I will do my best. As Izuku ran off, Midnight muttered to herself, what the hell are you, really? UA. Training camp 1 minute 47 seconds later. The entire Class 1A was gathered, plus some students from other classes who had volunteered during the training weeks. Najire flew in, landing next to Izuku with an unusually serious expression. The big 3 are ready to deploy. Mirio and Tamaki are gathering other third-year students. Good. Izuku projected a massive holographic map of Japan. Red dots marked each Nomu attack. This is bigger than we can handle alone. But the pro-heroes are scattered, trying to respond to too many fronts at once. He touched the map and began assigning areas. Professional heroes will handle the 15 main threats. We'll take the 8 secondary ones, locations where Nomus are less powerful but civilian casualties are high. Momo took a step forward, her tablet now displaying detailed assignments. Alpha Squad. Bakugo Leader, East Shopping District. 3 mid-level Nomus. Priority. Shopping mall evacuation. Bakugo nodded sharply, explosions already crackling in his palms. Beta Squad. Todoroki Leader, Kamino Subway Station. 2 high-level Nomus. Priority. Protect underground shelters. Todoroki activated his ice cold determination in his expression. Gamma Squad. Leader Iida, Tetuan Apartment Complex. A low-level Nomu, but the building is structurally compromised. Priority. Rescue trapped residents. Understood. Iida adjusted his glasses. Delta Squad. Momo hesitated briefly, then continued firmly. I'm leading. General Hospital. 4 Nomus. Top priority. Protect patients who cannot be evacuated. Absolutely not. Izuku looked at her. That's the most dangerous assignment. Exactly why he needs your best strategist on the ground. Momo held his gaze. You trained for this, Izuku. Trust your training. Trust me. They looked at each other, a volume of nonverbal communication passing between them in seconds. Finally, Izuku nodded. Najire-san is coming with you. Air support and firepower. Done. Najire greeted dramatically. And you? Asked Momo. Where could you be? Izuku's eyes darkened. I'll be hunting the real threat. Because all of this, he gestured to the map, is a distraction. All for One is out there somewhere, waiting for me to push my luck. When he reveals himself, their rings pulsed brightly. I'll finish this once and for all. Eastern Business District 7 minutes after start. Alpha Squadron landed amid total chaos. 3 Nomus, each the size of a small building, rammed through shops as civilians fled in terror. One had tentacles, another multiple wings, the third appeared to be made of living glass. Kirishima. Sato, frontal containment. Barked Bakugo. Ashido. Kaminari, flanked the tentacled one. Tokiyami. Dark shadow for crowd control. Move. The squad dispersed with perfect coordination, the result of weeks of brutal training by Izuku. Bakugo launched himself toward the crystal Nomu, massive explosions cratering the pavement. The monster was fast, but Bakugo was faster, remembering Izuku's lessons on predictive motion analysis. Don't react to where the enemy is. React to where they will be. It detonated an explosion not towards the Nomu but 3 meters to its right. The Nomu dodged directly into the explosion, just as Bakugo had predicted. Damn it, you bastard. Explosion at point white. The crystal Nomu shattered. 1 down. General Hospital 9 minutes after start. Momo remained on the hospital roof, her mind processing 100 variables simultaneously. 4 Nomus surrounded the building. Critically ill patients on the 3rd floor could not be moved. Standard evacuation would take 30 minutes. They didn't have 30 minutes. Najire-senpai, she said through the communicator, her voice calm despite the chaos. OMEGA7 pattern. You distract, I secure. Understood. Najire launched herself from the ceiling, spiraling waves of energy erupting from her hands as she drew the attention of the Nomus. Momo created evacuation portals, prefabricated structures with escape routes that she had designed specifically for this situation. Then she created decoys, heat-generating mannequins that mimicked human signatures. The Nomus, designed to hunt down victims, split up. 2 went after Najire, 2 went after the decoys. Uraraka-san, Tsuyu-san, evacuation begins now. You have 12 minutes. Understood. Ribbit. While her team worked, Momo observed everything from her elevated position, adjusting strategy in real time. This is what you trained for. This is what Izuku prepared you to do. Don't disappoint him. One of the Nomus broke through the decoys, turning back towards the hospital. Momo had already anticipated that. He created a cannon, the largest he had ever made, and loaded it with high-grade explosives. Forgive me, Izuku, he murmured. This will violate every safety regulation. Shot. The explosion shook 3 city blocks. The Nomu was thrown backward, stunned but not dead. Good enough. I had bought 4 more minutes. Unknown location. Musudafu Center. Izuku stood on the roof of the tallest building, his senses extended across the entire city. 23 simultaneous battles. Their students fighting for their lives. Civilians trapped in war zones. And somewhere, hidden beneath all this chaos, tracking dimensional signature, all for one. Detected location. Refining. Location. Warehouse District. Zone 7. There. Izuku activated his body enhancement to 60%, more than he had used since arriving in this world. The atmosphere around him distorted. His rings burned with blinding light. You can handle the minor pieces, he murmured, thinking of his students, of Momo and Najire fighting bravely. I'll take care of the king. He launched himself from the building, moving so fast that his passage left shock waves of emptiness. 3 seconds later, he walked through the warehouse door in District 7. And he found him waiting. All for one. No El Titere Shigaraki, no Otro Nomu. All for one himself, in the flesh, sitting on a makeshift throne of rubble. Chosen hero, AFO greeted, his voice resonating with ancient power. Finally, you deign to visit me in person. Finish this, Izuku said coldly. Withdraw the Nomus. Leave the civilians alone. This fight is between us. Oh, and why would I do that? AFO stood up, dark power pulsing around his form. After all, I made all this effort. He gestured, and a holographic screen appeared, showing all the battlefields simultaneously. Including the General Hospital, where Momo fought desperately against 2 Nomus while Najire protected evacuations. That girl, AFO said casually. Yaoyorozu Momo. What exactly is she? A student, an ally, a lover. Izuku's eyes narrowed dangerously. And the other one, Hado Najire, also quite close to you, I understand. AFO smiled, a terrible expression on his featureless face. Here's your dilemma, chosen hero. In exactly 90 seconds, a special Nomu, designed specifically to kill you, will be released at the General Hospital. The screen changed, showing a massive capsule materializing on the hospital ceiling. That Nomu has 47 stolen gifts. It's specifically designed to nullify your magic. And when it comes out, he'll kill everyone in that hospital, including your precious girls. The air around Izuku began to burn. Unless, AFO continued, you run now. You abandon this fight. You let me escape again. And maybe, you've arrived just in time to save them. He leaned back on his throne. Then choose, chosen hero. Do you end our war here and now, risking everything you love? Or do you save them and let me live another day? Izuku looked at the screen. He saw Momo, exhausted but still fighting. He saw Najire, her energy waves becoming erratic from overexertion. He watched the capsule slowly open. And he had exactly 1.3 seconds to make the most important decision of his life. Eternal Hero System. Critical alert, impossible dilemma detected. Option A. Defeat all for one, Momo and Najire die. Option B. Save Momo and Najire, all for one escapes. No. Option C. No perfect victory. Choose. Izuku closed his eyes. He thought of Momo, bright and determined, who had made him want to stay in this world. He thought of Najire, radiant and unwavering, who had reminded him how to smile. He thought of all his fallen comrades in their original dimension. Of all those he had failed. In all those he had sacrificed for the greater good. He opened his eyes, and for the first time in countless centuries, she chose love over duty. Not this time, she whispered. He turned and ran. Behind him, all for one laughed, victorious, triumphant. That's right. Run, hero. Run and save what you can. And know that you failed again. But Izuku was no longer listening. Because I was doing something I had never done before. I was betting everything, in a plan that had exactly a 12% chance of success. But it was 12% more than Momo and Najire would have if she didn't try. And this time, only this time, she allowed herself to believe in miracles. While Izuku ran at physics-defying speeds, his mind processed at supersonic speeds. All for one had made a mistake. A small mistake, but enough. I had assumed that Izuku would think as he had throughout centuries of war, in binary terms. Victory or defeat, mission or love, duty or happiness. But Izuku had changed. Momo and Najire had changed it. This world had changed him. And now, instead of accepting the impossible dilemma, I was going to break it completely. Calculating option C, probability of success. 11.7% proceed. Yes, Izuku growled, releasing limiters he had kept in place since arriving in this world. Its rings exploded with light that turned night into day. 60% power, 70%, 85%. Reality itself began to tremble around him as he accelerated, buildings becoming blurs, sound falling far behind. His system activated protocols he had never used in this world. Spells from his original dimension. Magic he had sworn never to use again because the cost was too high. But now he didn't care about the cost. He only cared about 2 girls who had chosen to love him despite everything. 90% power. The fabric of space began to tear in its wake. And then Izuku did something that All for One hadn't anticipated. Something that was technically impossible according to the laws of this world. It split. Forbidden magic. Temporal duality. It was a spell he had learned from a dying archmage in his original dimension. A spell that allowed him to exist in 2 places simultaneously by creating a temporary duplicate of himself. The cost of temporarily dividing its power, 90%. The duration. Exactly 3 minutes before the effect collapsed. The risk. If either form died, both would die. Izuku did not hesitate. He drew the most complex magic circle he had ever conjured in this world, ancient symbols burning in the air as he channeled primal power. Existential bifurcation. Activate. Reality screamed. And suddenly, there were 2 Izuku Midoriyas. One continued towards the general hospital at top speed. The other one turned 180 degrees and headed straight back towards All for One. Both were carrying exactly 45% of their total power. Both were determined. And both had exactly 180 seconds to win impossible battles. District 7 Warehouse. Izuku Alpha. All for One abruptly stood up as Izuku returned, exploding through the wall. What? Impossible. You should be. Running to the hospital. Alpha Izuku smiled. A humorless expression that didn't reach his eyes. I am. But I'm also here. AFO felt the disturbance in reality and understood immediately. Temporary duplication magic. Risky. Stupid. Her shock turned to laughter. You only have half your power in each form. You can't defeat me like that. I don't need to defeat you. Alpha Izuku activated his rings, impossible geometry manifesting around him. I just need to seal you for 3 minutes. And that's it. Magic circles exploded into existence, dozens of them, overlapping in complex fractal patterns. I can do that. General Hospital. Izuku Beta 82 seconds remaining. Izuku Beta crashed through the hospital ceiling just as the capsule finished opening. What emerged was a nightmare made flesh. The special Nomu was unlike any other. It had a humanoid form but was covered in eyes, hundreds of them, on every surface. Tentacles sprouted from its back. Its skin constantly changed texture. Scales, crystal, metal, flesh. Scanning special Nomu, warning. 47 gifts detected, warning. Specifically anti-magic, threatening level, extreme, with only 45% power. Probability of victory, 7.3%. The Nomu turned all its eyes towards Izuku simultaneously. And he attacked. Fast. Faster than any Nomu I've ever seen. Izuku Beta barely dodged, one of the tentacles grazing his arm. Wherever it touched, its magic simply faded away. Quirk nullification, Izuku murmured, understanding. Designed to suppress supernatural powers. The Nomu attacked again, this time with 3 tentacles simultaneously as its skin hardened to diamond. Izuku blocked it with a magical barrier, which immediately began to crack upon contact. Behind the Nomu, she saw Momo and Najire fighting the 2 remaining Nomus, completely unaware of the greater threat looming over them. 75 seconds remaining. Okay. Izuku murmured, making a decision. If I couldn't use magic against this thing, I would use something else. Something he had learned long before becoming the chosen hero. Something that All for One had forgotten Izuku possessed. Pure hand-to-hand combat. Warehouse. Izuku Alpha 74 seconds remaining. All for One unleashed stolen gifts. Disintegration rays, black ice spears, inverted gravity shockwaves. Izuku Alpha wove between them, his magic seals constantly expanding. It won't work, roared AFO. I've broken every seal you've created. In every dimension. True, Izuku agreed, dodging another blast of dark energy. But you've never faced this one. The final circle was completed. Primordial seal. Prison of temporal paradox. The space around AFO froze, not in the normal sense, but existentially. It was trapped between microseconds, unable to move forward or backward in time. What have you done? AFO's voice sounded distorted, fighting against temporary imprisonment. I sealed you in a 0.001 second time loop, Izuku explained as more layers of seals overlapped. From your perspective, you're experiencing that moment over and over again, infinitely. You can't break it because breaking it takes time, and time no longer flows for you. AFO's eyes widened with something close to panic. This is magic I learned from a time god I killed, Izuku finished coldly. It took me 200 years of my own life to learn. And it will keep you contained for exactly. He checked his internal stopwatch. 65 seconds. Enough time. He left all for one trapped in his temporary prison and ran towards where their other half was fighting for their lives. Hospital. Izuku Beta 67 seconds remaining. The special Nomu was brutal. Every time Izuku tried to use magic, the nullifying tentacles suppressed it. Every time he tried physical reinforcement, the Nomu's multiple quirks adapted. But Izuku had fought for centuries. He had learned to fight without magic when he was exhausted. He had mastered 100 martial arts fighting styles. And now he used them all. He dodged under a tentacle, spun inside the Nomu's guard, and struck 3 pressure points he had identified in its aberrant anatomical structure. The Nomu stumbled. Just for a second, but it was enough. Izuku created a katana of pure energy, not magic, but manifested will, and cut 2 tentacles. The Nomu roared and changed tactics, its skin turning liquid to avoid blunt attacks. Infinite adaptation, Izuku murmured. Of course. 53 seconds remaining. Below them, he heard Momo shouting orders, coordinating evacuation while fighting. He heard Nejire unleash another wave of energy, her voice tense but unbroken. They were okay. Still fighting. Still alive. I just had to keep this monster away from them for 53 more seconds. Then the 2 halves of himself would merge again. And then, I would end this appropriately. Hospital. Floor 3 Momo. Momo created its 14th cannon, its lipid reserves dangerously low. The Nomu in front of her, one made of molten metal, tanked every hit and regenerated damage almost instantly. Uraraka-san, he gasped into the communicator. Evacuation status, 87% full, only critical care patients remain. Speed it up, I don't know how much longer I can. The metal Nomu lunged forward, faster than it had moved before. Momo barely moved aside, feeling the scorching heat as it passed. Come on, think. Izuku trained you for this. What would he do? His eyes fell on a fire hydrant against the wall. Molten metal has a weak point, thermal shock. He created a massive container of liquid nitrogen, the largest and most complex object he had ever made, consuming almost his last reserves. Suyu-san, your tongue. I need you to activate that hydrant on my signal. Ribbit. Got it. The metal Nomu charged again. Momo waited. Now. Water from the hydrant sprayed the superheated metal Nomu just as Momo emptied the liquid nitrogen. The extreme thermal shock caused the Nomu's body to crack like brittle glass. A single blow from Kirishima, who had arrived with his squad as reinforcements, shattered it completely. One Nomu down, Momo shouted, then collapsed to her knees, completely exhausted. 47 seconds remaining. Hospital roof. Nejire. Nejire flew in circles around the last Nomu, one with bat wings and the ability to fire bone projectiles. Each dodge grew slower, each energy wave grew weaker. Come on. Just a little more, he gasped. The Nomu caught her with a bone projectile, piercing her shoulder. He screamed and fell, crashing against the ceiling. Nejire-senpai. Uraraka's voice through the communicator. I'm fine. Nejire lied, struggling to stand up. The Nomu descended for the final blow. Then a figure landed between them. Mirio Tagata, his hero uniform torn and bloodied, but his eyes burning with determination. Lemillion is here, he said with his characteristic smile. Rest, Nejire, I'll take care of it. It became intangible and passed directly through the Nomu's body, attacking its internal organs with surgical precision. The Nomu collapsed. 38 seconds remaining. Hospital roof. Izuku Beta. The special Nomu had cornered him against a wall. Nullifying tentacles blocked every escape route. 32 seconds. Come on. I just need to last 32 more seconds. The Nomu attacked. All its tentacles simultaneously, an attack impossible to dodge. Izuku closed his eyes. I'm sorry, Momo. Nejire. Looks like I bet wrong after all. Then he heard a voice. His own voice, from above. Drop. Izuku Beta threw himself to the ground. Alpha Izuku, having run from the warehouse at top speed, descended from above, his rings glowing with every ounce of power remaining. Spear of Judgment. A column of pure light pierced through the special Nomu, piercing its core. The monster arrived, all 47 of its gifts activating defensively at once. But it was too late. Izuku Alpha's spear had been specifically designed for this, anti-existential energy that erased everything it touched from reality. The special Nomu simply ceased to exist. The two forms of Izuku drew closer, their outlines already beginning to distort as the temporal duality spell reached its limit. "The seal?" asked Beta Izuku. "He'll hold out for another 40 seconds at most," Alpha Izuku replied. "After that, AFO will be released. So we have to finish this in 40 seconds. Exact." They touched each other. Reality groaned. And then, in an explosion of blinding emerald light, they merged again into a single existence. Izuku Midoriya collapsed to his knees, gasping for breath as his power reintegrated. It wasn't 90% perfect, the separation had caused loss. Now he was operating at around 82%. But it was enough. Merger completed. Total power. 82%. State. Out of stock but functional. Time until seal collapse. 38 seconds. Recommendation. Finish this now. Midoriya-kun. Izuku looked up to see Nejire and Momo running towards him, both injured, both exhausted, but alive. Gloriously, impossibly alive. Momo arrived first, falling to her knees beside him. "What did you do?" "I felt. Two of you." "How?" "Forbidden magic. I'll explain later." Izuku stood up with difficulty. "Civilians. Everyone evacuated," Nejire reported, though she clutched her injured shoulder. "The big three and your squads cleared out all the secondary Nomus." "Only." His eyes widened as he saw the massive hole in the ceiling where the special Nomu had been. "You won." "We won," Izuku corrected, looking at both of them. "You kept the Nomus occupied. You kept the civilians alive. You did exactly what I needed you to do." He gently touched Momo's cheek, then Nejire's uninjured hand. "Thank you. For trusting me. For fighting when I should have told you to run away." "As if we had ever run away," Momo murmured, leaning back in her touch for a brief moment. "Besides," Nejire added with a weak smile, "you promised to stay. Remember. And I promised to be by your side." "Me too," Momo said calmly. Izuku felt something warm expand in his chest, something he had thought had died centuries ago. Hope, love, home. Then his system emitted an urgent beep. "Warning. Temporary seal collapsing. 28 seconds remaining. All for one will be released soon." The warmth evaporated, replaced by cold determination. "I need you to stay here," Izuku said, stepping back. "Coordinate with the pro-heroes. Make sure all civilians are safe." "Where are you going?" asked Momo, even though she already knew the answer. "To finish what I started millennia ago." Nejire grabbed his arm. "You won't go alone. Nejire-san." "Nejire. Only Nejire." Her blue eyes burned with fierce determination. "And no, I'm not going to let you face him alone." "None of us will." "She's right," Momo agreed, standing up despite her exhaustion. "You trained us for war. This is war. We're with you." Izuku looked at them. These two impossible, stubborn, wonderful girls, and felt something break in his resolve. For centuries, he had fought alone. He had carried every burden, faced every threat, sacrificed everything for the greater good. But they had taught him something different. That strength did not come from being alone. That true power lay in trusting others. That love was not a weakness. It was the strongest reason to fight. "Okay," he finally said. "But promise me something." "What?" they asked in unison. "If I tell you to run, you run. No arguing. No looking back." His voice was iron. "Promise me." Momo and Nejire exchanged glances. "I promise," Momo said. "Promised," Nejire added. They were both lying. Everyone knew it. But Izuku didn't have time to argue. 15 seconds. Then let's go. Their rings lit up, and the three of them disappeared in a flash of emerald light, teleporting directly back to the warehouse. Where All for One was waiting. District 7 warehouse. 11 seconds remaining. They arrived just as the temporal paradox seal was beginning to crack. All for One was frozen in the center of the prison, but cracks spread across the temporal structure. Dark energy seeped through, pulsing with malevolence. "Impressive," came AFO's voice, distorted by the time that still folded around him. You managed to split yourself, to save your precious ones, and to seal me away, simultaneously. The prison cracked even more. But seals always break, eventually. I know, Izuku said calmly, walking forward as Momo and Nejire took up positions behind him. That's why I didn't come here to seal you again. Her eyes shone with a cold emerald light. I came to erase you from existence. Permanently. 5 seconds. You and what army? AFO mocked. Momo stepped forward. Us. Nejire stood on the other side. We may not be an army. But we are enough. 3 seconds. All for one laughed. A terrible sound that echoed with centuries of malice. 2 girls. Do you think 2 girls who have barely lived decades can stand against me? Against a being who has devoured thousands of lives, conquered dimensions, destroyed civilizations. 1 second. The seal exploded. All for one emerged, dark power flowing from him in waves that made reality itself tremble. His form had changed. No longer the weakened human he had been before. Now he was pure manifested dark energy, dozens of stolen gifts visibly pulsing beneath his translucent skin. No, he said calmly, his voice resonating with absolute power. I don't think they can stop me. He extended his hands. But it will be fun to watch you try. And then he attacked, not with just one gift. Not with dozens, with hundreds, simultaneously. The final battle begins. The warehouse erupted into absolute chaos. Beams of dark energy rained down from all directions. The ground liquefied beneath their feet. Inverted gravity tried to crush them against the ceiling. Soul-burning black flames erupted from the walls. Izuku moved. Body reinforcement. 85%. Defensive magic. Maximum. Mode. Total annihilation. He conjured barriers that blocked the energy beams. He solidified the ground beneath his feet. He nullified the inverted gravity with his own spatial magic. He extinguished the black flames with compressed wind that tore them from existence. All in 0.3 seconds. Momo. Nejire, Omega 14 Master. He shouted as he counterattacked with light spears. Both girls moved instantly. Momo created an elevated platform and began analyzing AFO's attack patterns, his mind processing hundreds of variables per second. Weak point detected. Your left side has a 0.2 second delay in defensive response after using lightning gifts. Nejire was already in the air, her spiral waves bombarding from above at the exact moment Momo had identified. AFO blocked, but Momo was right. Her defense was a fraction of a second slow. Nejire's wave hit him, making him take a step back. Just one step, but it was the first injury he had ever received. Interesting, murmured AFO, touching the spot where the attack had connected. Strategist and gunner. They made a complete team. She smiled, but insufficient. He activated a new quirk, one that Izuku immediately recognized with horror. Number. Too late. Massive replication. 10 copies of all for one materialized around the warehouse, each with full access to his arsenal of stolen quirks. Now, the 11 AFOs said in unison, let's see if they can handle this. The 11 attacked simultaneously, and the real battle began. 3 minutes inside the battle, Izuku fought against 4 clones at once, his rings glowing with blinding light as he wove between attacks that would have vaporized mountains. Each clone possessed 100% of AFO's power. Each one was an extinction-level threat in its own right. And there were 11. Space magic. Dimensional dislocation. He trapped 2 clones in portals that sent them to empty dimensions. They would eventually destroy the portals, but it would buy them precious time. 9 clones remaining. Momo coordinated from her platform, her voice calm despite the apocalyptic chaos around her. Nejire-senpai, 3 clones converging on your position at 2 o'clock. Izuku, the clone in the northern sector is charging a city-level attack. Understood. Nejire spun in the air, her shockwaves creating defensive patterns as she dodged 3 sets of simultaneous attacks. Izuku teleported to the northern sector and cut off the charged attack with an antimatter blade. 8 clones, the 2 he had sent to void dimensions had already returned. They're persistent, Izuku gasped, blocking another attack. Of course, the AFOs responded in unison. Because we are eternal, immortal, inevitable. One of the clones lunged towards Momo. Nejire intercepted his shockwaves, forcing him back. Don't you dare touch her. The clone simply smiled and activated another gift. Energy absorption. Najire's waves were drawn into her form, fueling her power instead of damaging it. Impossible. Najire began. The clone counterattacked, dark energy rushing towards her. Najire, Momo shouted. Izuku appeared between them, conjuring a shield that absorbed the blow, but the impact sent him crashing into a wall. Warning. Structural damage detected. Power remaining. 73%. Enemies. No noticeable decrease. This wasn't working. They were evenly matched. Every attack they launched, AFO countered. Every strategy Momo devised, AFO adapted to. Eventually, they would run out. And AFO wouldn't. I need a game changer, Izuku thought, his mind racing. Something unexpected. Something I've never seen before. Her eyes fell on his rings. The ring of the primordial hero. The ring of eternal will. Artifacts from their original dimension. Forged in the first wars against the Demon King. They contained power that he had never fully unleashed, even in his final battle before exile. Because doing so came at a price. A terrible price. Izuku, Momo called through the communicator, her voice tense. We're losing ground. What do we do? Izuku looked at Momo, bright, determined, who had transformed his world. Then to Najire, radiant, unwavering, who had taught him to smile again. He thought about Class 1A. About UA. About this world he had come to love. In the future that he wanted, needed, to protect. Momo, Najire, he said calmly. It's time for you to run. What? They both responded simultaneously. They promised. If I told them to run, they would run. His voice was firm. I'm activating the final protocol. One where they can't be anywhere near me. No. Najire flew toward him. You said we'd fight together. And we did it. But this. Izuku touched his rings. This is something I have to do alone. Momo descended from her platform, running towards him even as AFO clones surrounded them. What are you going to do? He demanded. Izuku looked at both of them, these two girls who meant everything. I'm going to risk my existence. I'm going to unleash the true power of these rings. Power enough to completely erase all for one. And the cost? Momo asked, though her voice trembled because she already knew the answer. My life, my soul, my very existence across all dimensions. Izuku smiled, a sad but genuine smile. But it's a price worth paying. Because it means you will live. This world will live, and AFO will finally die. No, Najire grabbed him. You can't. There has to be another way. There isn't one. Izuku gently removed his hands. I've trained my whole life for this moment. For this choice. He looked at Momo. You taught me that peace is worth protecting. Then to Najire. You taught me that love is worth more than war. Her rings began to shine, brighter than ever before. And now I will show you that some things are worth more than life itself. Midoriya Izuku. The 11 AFOs roared simultaneously, sensing the power building. Don't you dare. But Izuku was already activating the final seal. Primary Hero Ring. Complete liberation. Ring of Eternal Will. Complete liberation. Warning. This will erase the user from existence. Warning. There is no return. To proceed, Izuku's fingers rested on the final commands. One last look at Momo and Najire, memorizing their faces, their tear-filled eyes, their expressions of love and terror. Thank you, he whispered, for showing me that even a soldier can have a home. The rings on Izuku's fingers exploded with light that turned the warehouse into a second sun. It was no ordinary magic. It was the primal essence of their very existence, accumulated over millennia of war, crystallized in these two artifacts. The ring of the primordial hero contained every battle he had won, every life he had saved, every moment of victory against the darkness. The ring of eternal will contained his unwavering resolve, his refusal to surrender, his very essence as the chosen hero. And now, for the first time in countless lifetimes, he was setting them completely free. Total release initiated power. 100%. 150%. 200%. Warning. The body cannot contain this level. Warning. Cellular disintegration beginning. Warning. Soul fragmenting time until total collapse. 47 seconds. Izuku felt his body begin to tear apart. Not from physical pain. It had gone beyond that. but from his very existence unraveling fiber by fiber. Her fingers began to glow translucent. Izuku. No. Momo's scream was heartbreaking, a sound she had never made before, pure terror mixed with desperate love. Nejire was already flying towards him, tears streaming down her face. Please. There has to be another way. There has to be one. Izuku raised a hand, already beginning to fade, and stopped them with a gentle barrier. Not to hurt them, just to keep them safe from what was coming next. Listen, he said, his voice calm even though his essence was disintegrating. I want you to know something. The 11 all-for-one clones launched themselves at him simultaneously, sensing the threat he posed. Izuku swept them away with a gesture. A single wave of primal power and 6 of the clones simply ceased to exist, erased from reality as if they had never been. Power. 300%. 400%. 35 seconds remaining. For centuries, Izuku continued, looking at Momo and Nejire through the barrier. I thought I knew what love was. I loved my fallen comrades. I loved the causes I fought for. I loved, in an abstract way, the people I protected. Another gesture. 3 more clones erased. 2 remaining AFO clones, plus the original. His arms were now translucent up to the elbows. But I didn't know. Not really. Because love isn't an abstract concept. It's not just loyalty or duty or camaraderie. The 2 remaining clones merged back into the original AFO, who now radiated desperate power. Chosen hero, roared AFO, unleashing his entire arsenal, hundreds of gifts simultaneously in an attack designed to destroy cities. Izuku blocked it with a shield of pure light. He didn't even flinch. Power. 600%. 800%. 23 seconds remaining. Love, Izuku continued, his voice gentle as he looked at the 2 girls who had changed everything, as this. He pointed at Momo. It's like sitting in a library at midnight, talking about philosophy with someone who sees your soul and doesn't run away. Her chest was now translucent, showing her heart, literally, shining with emerald light. It's having someone who pushes you to be better, to share your burdens, to trust when you've forgotten how. Tears streamed freely down Momo's face, her hands pressed against the barrier. Izuku, please, please don't do this. Izuku continued, his voice cracking slightly for the first time, looking at someone and thinking, because of her, I could stop being just a soldier. Because of her, I could be human again. Then he pointed at Nejire. And this is it. Nejire was sobbing openly, pounding the barrier with her fists. It's someone who bursts into your loneliness and refuses to leave. Who makes you laugh when you've forgotten how. Who sees your darkness and responds with light so bright you can't look directly at it. Power. 1000%. 1200%. 15 seconds remaining. His entire torso was now translucent. They could see his soul, a brilliant green flame burning with impossible intensity. It's waking up one day and realizing that their smile matters more than 1,000 victories. That their happiness is worth more than any mission. That you would choose their laughter over immortality. All for one attacked again, pouring every ounce of power into one last desperate attack. Izuku caught it with one hand, now barely visible except as an outline of light, and held it. And love, Izuku whispered, his form now almost completely translucent, only his green eyes still solid, as this. He looked at both girls one last time. It's knowing that you would die for them. And that you would live for them. And that, given the choice between your life and theirs. She smiled. That genuine smile they had worked so hard to teach her. It's not a choice at all. Power. 1500%. Critical threshold reached. Activating. Total existential eradication. No. Momo pounded on the barrier with desperately conjured magic. Izuku, listen to me. You can stop. We can find another way. Please. Nejire pressed against the barrier, her energy waves useless against its structure. Don't leave us. You just learned to stay. You just learned to love us. Izuku's eyes, the only solid thing left of him, filled with tears. And because I learned to love you, she said softly, that's why I have to do this. All for one struggled in his grip, his voice distorted by panic. Wait, we can negotiate. I can leave this world. Never come back. Just let me go and... No, Izuku said with absolute certainty. No more negotiations. No more escapes. No more destroyed worlds. Its form was now just a light outline with bright green eyes. This ends. Here. Now. Forever. He squeezed. All for one screamed. A sound that echoed across dimensions, the scream of an immortal being finally facing his mortality. No. You can't. I am eternal. I am. You were. Izuku corrected. And then he unleashed his full power. What happened next could not be described in ordinary words. Reality tore apart. Not metaphorically. It literally tore, cracks appearing in the fabric of existence itself. The power Izuku unleashed wasn't just energy. It was conceptual. He was the antithesis of all for one. A being who seized power, only to find one who willingly surrendered it. A being who stole lives, only to find one who freely gave his own. He was everything all for one wasn't. And in the battle between absolute opposites, the universe itself had to choose which one would exist. She chose love over selfishness. He chose sacrifice over theft. He chose the hero over the demon. All for one began to disintegrate. Not his body, his entire existence. Every fragment of his being across every dimension, every timeline, every reality where he had existed. Impossible, he screamed as his fingers vanished. I've existed for millennia, in countless worlds. You can't erase me from all. I can, Izuku said, his own form now just pure light in the shape of a boy. Because I'm not just erasing you from this world. I'm erasing you from all the worlds. Retroactively, as if you had never existed. AFO's eyes, the last solid thing in him, widened in horror. No. If you do that, all the dimensions I touched, the lives I affected, the events I caused, everything will be rewritten. Yes, Izuku agreed. It will be rewritten. All those dimensions you ruined will have a chance to flourish without you. All those lives you destroyed will have a chance to live in peace. But you, AFO understood. You exist only in response to me. If you erase me completely, then I cease to exist as well, Izuku finished. Because without all for one, there would never be a need for the chosen hero. The wars I fought will never happen. The battles I won will be unnecessary. Its form was barely visible now, just a whisper of light. My own existence will be erased from the fabric of reality. Then we both die. AFO laughed triumphantly despite his disintegration. And you lose everything you gained in this world. Those girls won't even remember you. For the first time, Izuku hesitated. He looked at Momo and Nejire, both now pounding on the barrier with everything they had, screaming his name, begging him to stop. And for a moment, just a moment, he wondered if AFO was right. If he erased himself from existence, all his memories with him would disappear. They would never have met. They would never have shared those midnight study sessions. Never that day at the winter festival. Never that silent promise on the roof under the stars. Everything, deleted, as if it had never happened. But then Momo did something that completely broke his resolve. He stopped hitting the barrier. Instead, he pressed his flat hand against her, tears running down his face but his voice firm. Izuku, he said, if this is your choice, if this is what you need to do to save the world. Her voice broke. Then do it. Izuku's eyes widened. Momo-san. Because, she continued, struggling to maintain her composure, because I love you. And love means respecting someone's choices, even when they tear you apart. Nejire joined her, her hand also against the barrier, her face soaked with tears. She's right, Nejire said, her voice trembling. And even though it hurts, even though this is killing me inside, I understand why you have to do it. They both looked at Izuku, this boy who had transformed them as much as he had transformed them. Just promise us one thing, Momo whispered. What? Izuku's voice was barely audible. That somewhere, in some dimension, some timeline. Nejire swallowed. There was a world where we were happy together. Even if only for a moment. That it existed, Momo continued. That it was real. That it mattered. Izuku felt something break inside him. These two girls. These two impossible, wonderful, perfect girls. Even now, at the end, they were releasing him. Giving him permission to do what he had to do. Because that's how love works. It mattered, he said, his voice filled with an emotion he had never allowed himself in centuries of war. It mattered more than words can express. Tears, solid crystallized light, fell from her eyes. And yes, There was a world, this world, where for a few precious, perfect weeks, she smiled through her tears. I was the luckiest kid in every way. All for one, barely a whisper of existence now, attempted one last desperate attack. Izuku ignored him. Instead, he poured the last moments of his life into something different. A final spell, not one of destruction, from memory, forbidden magic, eternal echo. He touched the barrier where Momo and Nejire's hands were pressing. And in that contact, he transferred something. No memories, those would be erased with him. But something deeper, emotions, feelings, the essence of what they had shared. When they woke up in the rewritten world, they wouldn't remember Izuku Midoriya. But they would feel something. A warmth without a source. A feeling of loss for someone they never met. An irrational certainty that somewhere, sometime, they had been absolutely loved. And maybe, just maybe, that would be enough. It's time, Izuku whispered. He closed what remained of his hands. And he released the final touch. Existential eradication. Complete all for one. Erasures of all realities Midoriya Izuku. Beginning self-destruction, this is the end. All for one let out one last scream, a sound that echoed across infinite dimensions, before simply ceasing to be. Not dead. It had never existed in the first place. All timelines were instantly rewritten. In Izuku's original dimension, the war against the Demon King never happened because there was never a Demon King to fight. In this world, the League of Villains never formed. Shigaraki Tamura lived a normal life with his family intact. The Nomu were never created. Hundreds of heroes who had died fighting AFO suddenly had full lives. Thousands of civilians who had been killed were now alive. Reality healed, stitching up the scars that All for One had left across millennia. And at the center of it all, Izuku Midoriya began to fade away. Thank you, she whispered to the universe, to the two girls who were still pressing their hands against where the barrier had been, even though the barrier no longer existed because it had never needed to exist. For showing me that a soldier can have a home. For teaching me that love is stronger than war. To make me human again, even if only for a brief moment. Its form was now barely a flash of green light. And Momo, Nejire, he gathered the last fragments of his existence into two final words. Words that resonated across dimensions, piercing the very fabric of reality, etching themselves into the souls of two girls who would never meet him but would always feel him. I love them. And then Izuku Midoriya, the hero of the end, bearer of the primordial rings, the sorcerer who crosses worlds. He disappeared. Not with explosion, not with drama, he just disappeared. Like a candle gently going out. Like snow melting in spring. Like waking up from a dream. The warehouse was empty. All for One did not exist. The Nomus had never been created. The attack in Musudafu never happened. Why Izuku Midoriya? Nobody remembered Izuku Midoriya, because it had never existed. UA. Academy. Classroom 1A. An ordinary morning. Momo Yaoyorozu woke up with tears on her face. It wasn't the first time in recent weeks. She sat on her bed in the UA dorm, touching her wet cheeks in confusion. She'd been dreaming again. The same dream that had haunted her for a month. Green eyes. Always green eyes, looking at her with infinite tenderness. A voice she couldn't remember telling her that she mattered. An overwhelming feeling of loss for someone I had never met. Not again, she murmured to herself, wiping away her tears. She looked at her calendar. April 15th. Midterm exams this week. The sports festival was in 2 months. Everything was perfectly normal. So why did I feel like something fundamental was missing? She dressed mechanically, noticing something on her desk that made her pause every morning. A dark green scarf. She didn't know where it came from. It had simply been in her closet one day. When she asked her mother about it, her mother insisted that Momo had been bought by her own mother months ago. But Momo didn't remember buying it. I didn't even remember liking that specific shade of green. However, every time he saw her, something in his chest tightened painfully. UA. Ceiling. Same time. Nejire Hado floated above the campus, letting the morning breeze play with her hair as she watched the sunrise. I had come here every morning for a month. I didn't know why. I just felt attraction. As if this place meant something. As if someone would have been here with her. But that was absurd. Nejire knew all the students at UA. Especially the first years. She had met them all during orientation, memorizing every face and name with her characteristic curiosity. Nobody was missing. So why did I feel like missing someone? You're being silly, she told herself, but the tears were already falling. Tears that had no reason to exist. Tears for someone I had never met. Tears that she had been shedding every morning without understanding why. He touched her chest, where a persistent warmth pulsed, constant, unwavering, inexplicable. Who are you? She whispered to the wind. Why do I feel like I know you? The wind did not respond. But for a moment, just a moment, he thought he heard a voice. I love them. So soft, he could have imagined it. So real that new tears fell. Classroom 1A, first class. Aizawa entered the classroom with his usual sleeping bag, his expression as tired as ever. Good morning, he murmured. Take out your... It stopped. Something was wrong. He scanned the classroom. 20 students, all in their assigned seats. Bakugo arguing with Kirishima, Todoroki reading silently, Uraraka chatting with Tsuyu, Iida making exaggerated gestures about something. Yaoyorozu staring out the window with a distant expression. Everything is normal, so why did it feel like a student was missing? He checked his mental list. 20 students in 1A. All present, but the feeling persisted, as if there were a 21st seat that should be occupied. As if he should be looking for green hair among his students. Sensei, Iida called. Are you all right? You look confused. Aizawa shook his head. I'm fine. Just forget it. He opened his attendance book. Let's begin. But while he was teaching, his gaze kept drifting to the back of the classroom. Towards an empty space next to the window. A space that I felt as if it shouldn't be empty. Director's office. During lunch, Nezu was drinking tea, his expression thoughtful as he reviewed files. I had been doing this for weeks, obsessively reviewing every student record, every admission application, every exam result. Looking for something. I didn't know what. Director, recovery girl called from the doorway. Still reviewing those files. There's an anomaly, Nezu murmured. An inconsistency I can't quite put my finger on. What kind of inconsistency? That's the problem. I can't articulate it. Nezu closed the file with unusual frustration. It's just, I feel as if something were missing from our records. As if there were a student who should be here but isn't. Recovery girl frowned. All accepted students have been accounted for. I've personally verified. I know. And yet, Nezu looked out the window towards the campus. Have you ever felt, recovery girl, as if you were remembering someone who never existed? The elderly nurse paused. Because honestly, yeah, I had been feeling that too. A feeling of having had conversations with a green-haired boy about burdens no child should have to carry. But when he searched through his memories, he found nothing. Just the feeling. Perhaps we're working too much, he finally said. Perhaps, Nezu agreed, but none of them really believed it. Cafeteria. Lunchtime. Momo sat with Uraraka, Tsuyu, and Iida, but barely touched her food. Yaomomo-chan. Uraraka touched her gently. Are you all right? You've been distant lately. Have I been? Momo blinked, coming out of her thoughts. Ribbit. Yes, Tsuyu agreed. And sometimes I see you staring into empty spaces. Like you're waiting for someone to be there. Momo blushed slightly. I've been having strange dreams. What kind of dreams? Iida asked, adjusting his glasses. That's the strange thing. I can't remember them clearly. Just fragments. Momo touched her chest. And this feeling, like I've lost something important. Like someone important has disappeared. Me too, came a voice from behind. They turned to find Nejire Hado standing there, her tray in her hands but without her usual energy. Hado-senpai, Momo greeted. I didn't know you were having lunch here. I don't usually do this. Nejire sat down uninvited, looking directly at Momo. But I felt I needed to talk to you. With me. Why? Nejire's blue eyes were unusually serious. Because I think we're both feeling the same thing. This loss. This feeling that someone is missing. Momo felt her heart race. You too. Every morning I wake up crying, Nejire admitted softly. Crying for someone I can't remember. Someone who feels so important that their absence physically hurts me. Me too, Momo whispered. The two girls looked at each other across the table, two strangers who had no reason to share this bond. And yet, green eyes, Nejire said suddenly. In my dreams, there are always green eyes. Momo's eyes widened. Me too. And a voice telling me I matter. That he, she stopped. Why did I say, he? Because he was a boy, Nejire said with certainty. I don't know how I know, but he was. And he couldn't finish the sentence. But they both knew which word was missing. We are. They had loved someone who never existed. Uraraka and Tsuyu exchanged worried glances. Yaomomo-chan, Hado-senpai, Uraraka said gently. Perhaps you should talk to a counselor. This sounds like, we're not crazy, Momo interrupted firmly. I know how it sounds. Believe me, I've said the same thing to myself. But this is different. It's like an echo, Nejire added, searching for words. Like when someone screams in a canyon and you hear the reverberation long after the original sound has faded. Except it's in my heart. An echo of someone who's no longer here. Or that was never there, Momo murmured. They sat in silence, processing the impossible. Then Iida spoke, her voice unusually hesitant. This is going to sound strange. But I've been feeling something similar. Everyone looked at him. Iida-kun, Uraraka asked. Not dreams like you describe, he quickly clarified. But, do you remember the incident with the hero killer stain? Momo frowned. Wasn't he captured years ago? That's right. He was captured during my second year of high school. My brother, Ingenium, was the one who caught him. Iida looked confused. But I have these strange memories. Like shadows of a different event where Stain attacked my brother and paralyzed him. Where someone saved me in an alley. That never happened, Tsuyu said. I know. And yet, the memory feels so real. Iida touched his leg. Sometimes my leg hurts as if it were broken. But it never was. Momo felt something click in her mind. The Hosu incident, he said suddenly. What about him? Uraraka asked. There was no Hosu incident. The city was never attacked. But Momo closed her eyes, reaching for memories that felt like mist. I feel as if I was there. Fighting, coordinating evacuations, creating weapons and tools that I never learned to make that advanced. And the USJ, Tsuyu added slowly. We were never attacked at the USJ. It was just a normal field trip. But sometimes I dream about villains breaking in. About Nomus, though I don't know what Nomus are attacking. About someone saving us. Silence fell over the table. Because now everyone felt it. Something had changed. The reality had been different somehow. And someone, a boy with green eyes that none of them could remember, had been at the center of it. That afternoon, roof. Momo found herself climbing onto the roof without consciously planning it. Her feet simply carried her there, as if following a path they had traveled 1,000 times before. He found Nejire already there, standing on the edge, looking at the city. I used to come here with him, Nejire said without turning around. I don't know how I know. But I did. Momo walked over to stand next to her. Me too. The three of us, Nejire continued. You, me, and him. We would sit here. We would talk. Or sometimes we would just exist together in silence. It was peaceful, Momo whispered, tears falling again. It felt like home. Nejire turned towards her, tears also on her face. Do you think we're crazy? Yes, Momo said honestly. But I think we're both crazy in the same way. Which means, maybe it's not madness, Nejire concluded. They looked at each other, two girls who had no reason to be connected. Except for a ghost that they both felt. Yaoyorozu-san. Momo. Just Momo. Nejire smiled weakly. Momo-chan. Do you want to try to remember together? Maybe if we combine our feelings, we can figure out who it was. Momo took his hand. Yes, let's try it. They sat on the roof, exactly where they had once sat with someone who no longer existed. And they began to talk. To share fragments of dreams. Pieces of feelings. Echoes of a love that shouldn't exist. He was kind, Nejire said. Even when he was strong. Especially because he was strong. He was old, Momo added. Not in body, but in soul. As if he had lived 1,000 lives. He made me laugh. Even when I didn't understand why. She made me feel safe. Even when the world was falling apart. He had secrets. Big secrets. But he trusted us with them. He loved us. Both. They stopped. That last revelation hanging between them. Is that possible? Nejire asked softly. To love two people equally. I don't know, Momo admitted. But it felt possible with him. Silence. Then Nejire asked what they were both thinking. Where did he go? If he was real, if he existed, where did he go? Momo closed her eyes, reaching the deepest fragment of memory, not thought but feeling pure. And he found something. A feeling of sacrifice. By choice. Of someone choosing to erase their own existence to save the world. She's gone, she whispered. She left us. But not because she wanted to. More tears fell. Because I had to. Nejire sobbed, covering her face with her hands. Then we really lost him. We lost someone we can't even properly remember. Yeah, they held each other up on the roof, two girls crying over a ghost. For a hero who had saved the world by erasing himself from it. For someone who had loved them so much that he gave up his own existence to keep them safe. As the sun set, painting the sky in shades of gold and crimson, Momo felt something in her pocket. The green scarf. I had brought her without knowing why. She took it out, holding it between them. I think this was his, she said quietly. Nejire touched her, and suddenly they both felt a wave of warmth. No memory. Something better. Certainty. Certainty that they had been loved. Certainty that they had imported. Certainty that somewhere, at some time, they had been absolutely precious to someone. Thank you, Nejire whispered to the scarf, to the memory, to the ghost. For loving us, even if we can't remember. Thank you, Momo repeated. For choosing to save us, even when it meant losing yourself. The wind blew gently, and for a moment, just a moment, they both felt as if someone were embracing them. As if green eyes were looking at them with infinite tenderness. As if a voice whispered words they would never forget, even without remembering them. I love you. I will always love you. In every dimension, every timeline, every reality. They were my home. And then the feeling passed. But the warmth remained. And it would remain. Forever. Twilight Zone. Beyond time and space. Izuku Midoriya floated in darkness. No, not exactly darkness. Nothing. Absolute emptiness where even the concept of existence did not exist. It should have disappeared completely. His sacrifice had been designed to erase him from all reality. And he had almost succeeded. 99.99% of his being had been successfully erased. But there was something small but unbreakable, that the universe could not erase. Love. The love that Momo and Nejire had felt for him. The love he had felt for them. It was so pure, so absolute, so real that had transcended the laws of reality itself. And that 0.01% of existence, fragment of soul kept alive only by love, floated here in nothingness. Conscious but not alive, existing but not real, an echo, a whisper, a ghost of a hero who had chosen to disappear. Was it worth it? He asked himself. He reached through the void, sensing the dimensions he had saved. His original world, now prosperous without all for one, without war, without suffering. Momo and Nejire's world, peaceful, safe, with all those whom AFO would have killed now living full lives. Countless other dimensions, all healed, all at peace. Yeah, decided. It was worth it. Even if it meant this. Eternal solitude in the void. Existence without purpose. A fragment of a soul floating forever between dimensions. It was worth it. Because they were safe. Because the world was at peace. Because love had won. He began to let go, allowing even this last fragment to dissolve into nothingness. And then, something impossible happened. A voice. Of you. Crossing the void, reaching it from a dimension that should no longer be able to touch it. Thank you. Type. Nejire. Somehow. Impossibly. Their voices reached him. Not their actual words, but the echo of them. The feeling behind them. Gratitude. Love. Memory. They couldn't remember it, but they felt that had existed. And that feeling, that echo of love, was enough to anchor his fragment of soul. To keep it existing. I am not alive, but not completely dead either. Somewhere in between. Izuku smiled into the void. All right, he thought. If this is all that remains, only to exist as a feeling in their hearts, then it is still more than I ever dreamed of having. It's still enough. And then he allowed himself to float, existing in the space between spaces. A fragment of a soul kept alive by love. An eternal echo of a hero who chose to disappear. A memory that could never be remembered but could never truly be forgotten. But in the void, something else was moving. Something old. Something I had been noticing. A presence that existed beyond reality itself. Interesting, he spoke with a voice that resonated across dimensions. A soul kept alive by love alone. How remarkable. Izuku's fragment flickered with awareness. I have many names. Some call me destiny. Others, arbitration. Some simply, the observer. The presence materialized. Not physically, because the physical did not exist here, but conceptually. You've done something few souls achieve, Izuku Midoriya. You sacrificed yourself completely, without ulterior motives, without expecting anything in return. Just pure love. It was the right choice, Izuku simply thought. Yes, it was. And that's why I'm offering you a choice. A choice. Option 1. I let this fragment dissolve completely. Eternal peace. End of all suffering. You cease to exist in any form. A break. Option 2. I'll send you back. Izuku's soul fragment pulsed in shock. That's not possible. I erased myself from existence. I rewrote reality so that I had never existed. Exactly. You can't return to your previous existence. That timeline is sealed. But, the presence continued, I could send you back, differently. Differently. Like a new person. A new being. With a new life. A new gift. New beginnings. You wouldn't remember your life as Izuku Midoriya. You wouldn't remember the wars you fought. You wouldn't remember your sacrifice. But, and here the presence seemed to smile, you would retain one thing. The echo of love you feel for those two girls. It would manifest itself differently. Perhaps as an inexplicable attraction, perhaps as instant familiarity, but it would be there. And they, he continued, they would still have that echo in their hearts. They wouldn't remember you, but when they finally encountered this new you, they would feel something. Recognition. Like a reunion with someone you lost a long time ago. Izuku's fragment processed this, and my power, my war memories, disappeared. You'd just be a normal guy. Well, the presence laughed, as normal as any UA student can be. So would I. Truly be free. From war, from duty, from centuries of burden. Yeah, and Momo, Najire, you would have to earn their love again. From scratch, without the advantage of a shared history. Just, you as you are in this new life. Maybe it works, maybe it doesn't, maybe you'll find one of them. Maybe both, maybe neither. Destiny doesn't come with guarantees, chosen hero. Izuku considered, a new life, without war, without memories of fallen comrades. Just, being a normal guy. Learn to be a hero not out of duty but by choice. And maybe, just maybe, find two girls who would feel an echo of something they would never remember. Is there a catch? He asked cautiously. There's always a catch, he admitted the presence. Here's the catch. If you choose to return, All for One returns too. Izuku's soul fragment froze. You erased him from existence. But existence seeks balance. If I allow you to return, even as a new person, balance demands that your nemesis also return. It won't be the same All for One. It will be a different version. Perhaps weaker. Perhaps stronger. Maybe he won't even recognize you. But it will exist. And eventually, you and he will collide again. So the war never really ends, Izuku thought bitterly. All life is war, in one way or another, the presence said philosophically. The question is not whether there will be conflict. It is whether there will be reasons to fight beyond the conflict itself. In your previous life, you fought out of duty. In this new life, if you choose to return, you would fight for love. Which one do you think is stronger? Izuku thought of Momo, bright, determined, who had anchored him. He thought of Najire, radiant, unwavering, who had made him smile. He thought about the possibility of meeting them again. To win her love not as the chosen hero but as just, himself. If I return, asked, is there a chance we can be happy? The three of us, there's a chance, said the presence. But it's just a chance. Not a certainty. No guarantees. You'll have to work for it. You will have to choose love over duty again and again. You will have to be vulnerable in ways you never were as the chosen hero. And yet, you could still fail. A break. But isn't that what makes it worthwhile? Izuku, what was left of him, felt something he hadn't felt in a long time. Hope, not the certainty of victory. Not a guarantee of success. Only hope, possibility, chance. Yeah, he finally decided. I want to go back. I want to see them again. I want to win her love properly this time. I want to be more than just a soldier. I want to live. Then it will be so, declared the presence. I'll send you back, not as Izuku Midoriya, that name is sealed in history, but as someone new, with new life, new gift, new possibilities. And when the time comes, when you meet them again, you'll know. Your soul will recognize theirs. And perhaps, just perhaps, theirs will recognize yours. Izuku's fragment began to glow. Thank you, thought of the presence. Don't thank me yet, he replied. After all, I'm cursing you too. Cursed to be alive, cursed to love, cursed to fight a war that never truly ends. Do you still want this? Izuku, the soul fragment that had chosen sacrifice over survival, love over duty, smiled. Yes, even if I'm damned, I want to live. Because now I know that some things are worth any curse. Then go, little hero, the presence said as light enveloped the soul fragment. Go and live this new life. Find your happiness, win their love, and when All for One returns, because he will return, face him not as the chosen hero, but as a boy fighting to protect what he loves. The light became blinding, and the fragment of Izuku Midoriya, soon to become someone entirely new but fundamentally the same, felt one last thing before the transformation took him. Gratitude, not because of power or destiny or duty, but for the simplest possibility of all, the chance to love and be loved. And with that thought, it disappeared into the void, falling through dimensions, towards a world that had saved itself by erasing itself, towards two girls who would feel an echo when they saw him, towards a new life, a new story, a new beginning. 3 years later, UA Academy, graduation ceremony. The auditorium was filled with students, families, and professional heroes. Class 1A, now graduating as Class 3A, sat on the stage, wearing their ceremonial gowns. Momo Yaoyorozu stood at the podium, giving the farewell speech as the class representative. Her voice was clear and confident, the voice of someone who had grown from a brilliant student into a formidable heroine. And as we prepare to enter the world as professional heroes, he said, we carry with us not only the training we received here, but something more important. He paused, his eyes unconsciously searching among the audience. We carry with us the certainty that we are not alone. That true strength comes not from individual power but from the connections we form. From the people we choose to protect. In the audience, Najire Hado, now a high-ranking professional hero, listened with a nostalgic smile. 3 years had passed since that afternoon on the roof. 3 years since she and Momo had shared their impossible dreams of a green-eyed boy they couldn't remember. They had remained close ever since. Not romantically. They had never gone in that direction, but connected by something deeper. A shared grief for someone who had never existed, but whom they both believed existed. They felt it had been real. And sometimes, Momo continued, her voice softening, the most important people are those we never met. Those who existed as feelings rather than memories. As echoes in our hearts. Najire felt tears stinging her eyes. I knew exactly who Momo was referring to. Because even if we can't remember them, Momo finished, looking directly at Najire, the love we felt is still real. And that love makes us stronger. The auditorium erupted in applause. As Momo returned to her seat, her eyes fell upon something on her necklace, a small emerald pendant she had bought years ago without knowing why. Green. It always came back to green. The color of hope. The color of eyes that I could never remember but would never truly forget. 5 years later, creative agency. Momo, now 24, had established her own hero agency. Kriti was known not only for her power but for her exceptional strategic leadership. She coordinated multi-agency operations with a precision that other heroes found almost supernatural. As if she had been trained by someone with decades of military experience. He was in his office reviewing reports when his assistant knocked. Yaoyorozu-san, there's someone here to see you. They say it's important. Do you have a date? No, but she insists she knows her. She says it's about something they shared. Momo frowned but nodded. Send it. The door opened, and Nijire Hado entered. Now 27, Nijire had become one of Japan's top 10 heroines. Her agency, Wave Motion, was famous for its high-speed rescue operations. But today she wasn't coming as a professional hero. She came as the only other person who understood. Momo-chan, she greeted, closing the door behind her. Nijire-senpai. Momo stood up. What's wrong? Nijire placed a folder on the desktop. I've been investigating. Something I probably should have let go of years ago, but I couldn't. He opened the folder, revealing documents, photos, and analysis. Dimensional anomalies. Witness reports of events that never officially happened. Student records that don't match. Momo's eyes widened. Have you been investigating him? Or rather, evidence that he existed? Nijire touched one of the documents. I found something, Momo-chan. Not much. Just fragments. But it's something. Momo sat down slowly, her heart racing. Show me. During the next hour, Nijire presented her research. Testimonies from heroes who felt they had fought alongside someone they no longer remembered. Police reports of incidents that officially never happened but that people swore they vaguely remembered. Analysis of temporal patterns that showed something. A disturbance. A massive rewriting of reality 8 years ago. Look at this, Nijire said, pointing to a final document. A report from Nezu. I found it in deeply sealed archives that I may have accessed illegally. The document stated, personal note. I continue to feel that a student is missing from our records. A student of extraordinary ability and unusual nature. This feeling has persisted for years without rational explanation. I have come to one of two conclusions. Either I am developing early dementia, or reality itself was altered and only echoes of the previous state remain. If it's the latter, then someone or something fundamentally changed our world. And whoever it was, I wish I had met them. Momo felt tears falling. He was real, she whispered. We weren't crazy. He was real. And he loved us, Nijire added gently. So much so that he rewrote reality to save us. To save everyone. They sat in silence, processing the impossible. Finally, Momo spoke. So what now? We know he existed. We know we loved him. But he's gone. Completely. Nijire looked out the window towards the city. Now we live, she said simply. We live the lives he gave us by sacrificing himself. We become the best heroes we can be. We protect people. We create peace. He turned towards Momo. And we keep the echo alive. So that even if no one else remembers, we do. Momo nodded, wiping away her tears. Yes, that's what we can do. They both looked at the city. A city at peace, without All for One, without Nomus, without the war that never happened because someone had sacrificed themselves to prevent it. Thank you, they whispered in unison to a hero they would never meet. For giving us this world. Because we love each other. For choosing sacrifice over survival. The wind blew gently through the open window. And just for a moment, so brief it could have been imagination, both felt a presence. Warmth, approval, as if someone were watching them with pride. Then the moment passed, but the certainty remained. Somewhere, somehow, he knew. And I was happy that they were happy. 15 years later, class reunion 3A. The private bar was filled with UA alumni, now in their 30s, all established or retired professional heroes. Bakugo, now the number 2 hero, grunted about something while Kirishima laughed. Todoroki, heir to the Endeavor Agency, was chatting calmly with Iida. Uraraka and Tsuyu shared stories about their respective agencies. And in one corner, Momo and Nijire sat together, a tradition they had maintained at every meeting. Do you still feel it? Nijire asked in a low voice. Momo didn't need to ask what he meant. Every day, she replied. Like a constant warmth in my chest. A reminder that someone loved me so much that they gave up everything. Me too. Nijire took a sip of her drink. Sometimes I wonder, if he reincarnated somewhere. If he's living a happy life in some dimension. I hope so, Momo said sincerely. After everything she sacrificed, she deserves happiness. Do you think he would remember us? If he somehow came back? Momo considered that. No, probably not. The sacrifice was total, their existence erased. But, she added with a small smile, I believe her soul would recognize ours. just as we recognized hers even without memories. Najire smiled. That's surprisingly romantic coming from you, Momo-chan. I had a good teacher in impossible romance, Momo replied dryly. They both laughed, a light sound that carried decades of healing. Because they had made peace with it. The ghost of a love that could never be fully remembered but would never truly be forgotten. The echo of a hero who had chosen to erase his existence so that they, and everyone else, could live. To him, said Najire, raising her glass. Him, Momo repeated, bumping hers. Wherever I am, we hope she has found peace. They drank in silence, and somewhere, beyond dimensions, beyond time, beyond existence itself, a fragment of a soul felt his toast. And she smiled. Unknown place, beyond the void. The fragment of Izuku Midoriya floated in the light. The presence, the observer, had kept its word. He had been sent back. No Komo Izuku Midoriya, but as someone new. He had not yet been fully reborn. The process would take time, for weaving a complete new existence into reality was delicate. But while floating in the space between spaces, I could feel the world he had saved. I could feel Momo, now a woman, a heroine, alive and thriving. I could feel Najire, shining as ever, saving lives with her unwavering light. I could feel their toasts. His continued love for a ghost. Thank you, he thought of them, even though he knew they would never listen, for keeping the echo alive. For not forgetting completely. When I return, as whoever I become, I will find a way to be a part of your lives again. Not like his lost lover. That Izuku is sealed in history. But as someone new whom their souls will recognize. And maybe, just maybe, we can be happy. The three of them, in this new life. The presence appeared next to him. It's almost time, said. Your new form is almost complete. You will soon be reborn. What will I be like? Different, completely different. New body, new name, new gift. But your soul, the essence of who you are, will remain. And when you see them again, you'll know. Why all for one? A break. It has also been reborn. As promised. Balance demands balance. But he doesn't remember you any more than you will remember him. They will be nemesis again. But different nemesis. New war. New rules. So it never ends. The war between light and darkness never ends, the presence said philosophically. It just changes shape. But now you have something you didn't have before. That, a reason to fight beyond the call of duty. Love. And that, little hero, makes all the difference. Izuku's fragment felt the transformation accelerate. It would be complete soon. He would soon be reborn. And when he did, when I finally returned to that world as someone new, I would find Momo, I would find Najire, and somehow, even though I didn't consciously know who they were, his soul would recognize his own. And perhaps they could be happy. Not like chosen hero and the girls he had loved, but rather like three people meeting for the first time, with the echo of past love guiding them towards new love. Wait for me, he thought as the light became blinding. Espera en mí, Momo. Najire, I'll be back soon, as someone new, but fundamentally the same. And this time I choose to live. I choose love. I choose happiness. I choose you. And with that final thought, Izuku Midoriya's fragment was completely transformed, falling into the world, towards a new life, towards two souls that would recognize their own, toward home. 20 years later, a young man with black hair and violet eyes, not green, never green again, walked towards the gates of UA Academy. He was 16 years old. He aspired to be a hero. And I didn't know why, but I felt as if this place was important. As if I had been here before. As if he knew these corridors. Impossible, of course. It was his first day. As she entered classroom 1A, her eyes immediately found two guest instructors who had come to speak to the new generation. An elegant, black-haired woman of about 36 years old, the professional heroine Kriti. An energetic blue-haired woman of about 38, the professional hero Najire. And when their eyes met, something clicked, for all three of them. Momo felt her heart stop. Violet eyes, not green, but, Najire felt tears stinging inexplicably. Different, completely different, but, and the young man, who remembered no previous life, who knew nothing of wars in other dimensions, who had no memory of sacrifice. He felt his soul sing. Home. Finally. Home. They looked at each other across the classroom. 3 strangers who had no reason to meet. 3 souls who had loved each other in a previous life. 3 people about to rediscover a love that had transcended existence itself. Momo opened her mouth to speak, to introduce herself properly. And the young man smiled. Not the smile of the chosen hero burdened with centuries of war, but the smile of a 16-year-old boy seeing something beautiful. "Hello," she said in a voice that was different but fundamentally the same. "I know this will sound strange, but do I feel like I know them?" Momo felt tears. Tears she had been holding back for decades, finally fall. Najire covered her mouth, sobbing and laughing simultaneously. Because after 20 years, after decades of feeling an echo, after a lifetime of loving a ghost, finally, he had returned. Different, new, but the same one where it mattered. In the soul. And this time, they had a whole lifetime to rediscover their love. To build new happiness. To be 3 instead of Ghost and 2. "Yes," Momo whispered through tears. "Yes, we're sorry too. Welcome home," Najire added, her voice breaking with emotion. The young man, who didn't know why these words affected him so deeply. She smiled, and she felt, for the first time in this new life. The end. I hope you guys enjoyed this video. Please make sure to hype this video as it helps a lot, and now we will see you in the next video.